Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Multi-Ortho Ramzan Cup 2026 here in PADEL in Lahore. We are coming to our finale. It is going to be between Team KIJI and Team Being Seen in the grand finals. Fighting for third place, of course, on court number 5 is going to be Multi-Ortho going up versus Team Poncho as they try and figure out who will be able to enter that podium category. In the meanwhile, KIJI had a very dominant performance on the men's side of things, less so on the women's side. They are hoping to bridge that gap coming into today. KIJI's captain Abid Mushtaq has come through with a very special draft for us as well today. Match number 1 is going to be between Umar Zafar, Mustafa Bey coming out from Team Being Seen, and then on the other side will be Hosema and Rayan Yunus. Hosema, of course, a tier 1 player for KIJI, as well as Rayan Yunus, the tier 2 player. We have the Tier 3 and Tier 4 players respectively having been used in match number 1 coming through from Being Seen. As a reminder, one player can only play up to 2 sets in the entirety of the team match. So Hosema can only be used twice, and that weapon is going to be used in the first and, if need be, the 5th match of the grand finals. Match number 5, if you guys are wondering, is going to be the potential matchup between the international representation that is left in this tournament. It is Rafael Jimenez and Faisal Anwar going up against Hosema and Hamad Zafar potentially. In the middle of it all, we will have match number 2 coming forward for you guys. It will be Natalia Zaman and Mariam going up versus Fatima Razak and Salina Khan. That will be the women's matchup for you today. Likely favorites are Being Seen, but let's see if KIJI can make anything happen there as well. Match number 3 for the mixed side of things will be Zaid Mujahid and Natalia Zaman, who came out with a stunning victory over Farhan and Asfa yesterday. Arguably the mixed favorites, but still not able to take the win. On the other side, they will be facing up against Abid Mushtaq and Salina Khan. And match number 4, well, you'll find out about match number 4 soon enough. Right now, we'll be focusing down things into match number 1. This should be clear-cut. This is a match where it is a slated victory that should be almost guaranteed to come through from Hosema Abdur Rahman and Rayan Yunus. Rayan, of course, one of the more impressive players in the B+ category, coming through from Karachi. He has been winning quite a few B+ tournaments here and there and everywhere. Rayan has been a special player to watch out for when it comes to the entrance into the potential pro category, tier 1 category. Rayan is definitely up there. He will be incredibly instrumental to his team's success should they find it over here. Team KIJI are hoping to come through as the inaugural team champions for the PADELin Multi-Ortho Ramzan Cup 2026. Of course, the teams that have gone by before include Singh Sports Media, they include 1 Degree, Sutra Punjab, Lake City, and these 4 were just not able to make their way over to the playoffs. They were eliminated early on. Some of them have already gone home and out. On the YouTube stream. We'll be taking you through all of the battle action here at PADELin Lahore.
भाई बराबर बैठा पता ना आज आज एक ही घर में फर्स्ट पोजीशन, सेकंड पोजीशन, थर्ड पोजीशन सब लोग खेल रहे हैं। आपने सारा फरहान ट्रस्ट किया यार, आपने 2 का बच्चे की नाम के साथ ट्रॉफी लगा दी और डीपी चेंज यार बनता है ना। अब कल के बाद पहला बैच सही मिला, टूर्नामेंट कम करो उसके बाद सारे ही मासूर। हाँ वो दिन बाजू वाला खेली बाकी पूरा टूर्नामेंट सही खेले टीम अच्छी थी it's all about luck give me lot of soft हाँ लॉटो कल वो पसीना ही कम निकला था पसीना था ही नहीं एक मैंने फोल्ड करके वही बैग में डाल दी मैंने कहा मिक्स हो जाएगी नहीं पता चलेगा कोई भी पहन लूँगा
अच्छा ठीक है यार कॉफ़ी भी मुझे दिखा दें कौन सी है एक Phoenix 4-6. It's he's in Wales. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Multi-Auto Ramzan Cup 2026. We begin with our first match. It is going to be Team KIJI to play on the receipt. Been Seen will be throwing out the service. Been Seen, of course, will be represented by Mustafa Beg, and we will have the service coming through from Omar Zafar. Rayan Yunus to receive on the right over here, sends it right down the center. Been Seen want to get off to a strong start. It's Huzema on the other side. It's a match that's supposed to be impossible for them to win, but Rayan unable to find the backhand, and it is going to be 15 love in favor of Been Seen. Umar starts off his service well. For Huzema Abdurrahman, this is supposed to be the guaranteed win. All pressure on him to succeed. If there's even a moment where it feels like things are going wrong, as often he is, Huzema will be the first man to re-enter the court alongside Rayan. Both of these players have got fantastic stamina between them. They are incredibly fast, very agile as well. And they will be hoping to warm up into the match very, very quickly. Remember, this is a first to two as far as the sets are concerned. If it is going to be a 1-1 tie, we are going to need a super tiebreaker after it. The rules within each game are straightforward. It is a single deuce allowed. Second deuce will be golden, and nothing less than that. Second service through from Huzema. Lob attempt from Omar Zafar. Rayan forced back into the backhand contra. Huzema has a chance to end the point here and now, but he meets the net instead. Mustafa Beg, very fortunate in how that turns out for him. Well played though, just to make sure that they are keeping things interesting. Mustafa Beg, good lob back. The target is Rayan. They've realized he's not been having the best start to things, but a comfortable Bahara, and Omar Zafar will miss at the net. It ends up hitting the fences instead. Huzema continues his service and difficulties arise. 40-30. Rayan, very heavy backhand on the spin. Follows up into the corner. Well recovered by Omar Zafar. Omar Zafar invading Mustafa's court, but it's all down to Mustafa, who jumps overhead, can't make the run through in time. Struggles on the Been Seen camp, but one aside, as long as they can keep it on serve, there will always be a chance. And honestly, the strategy for this team has to be to try and find out for the tiebreaker. Getting a breakout is going to be very, very difficult. The goal is just to hold your own services, and you might be able to do a good job of it. Rayan can't find the backhand once again. Off the back wall, he's been struggling on some of these backhands. And it's a question that he will have to answer as time goes on. Second serve through from Mustafa Beg. Fault in his initial try. We'll have another one. Huzema. Sky high ball, and Mustafa had a chance for a comfortable smash. Rayan not feeling the most comfortable in that lob, but he'll be content with the result regardless. Beg will now, once again, serve to the corner. Rayan, a lot more control on that forehand, and he's looking for these gentler shots. Will be able to overrun Mustafa Beg, who has been antsy at the start of this match. Remember, for Mustafa to be in a grand finals going up against Hosema Abdurrahman, arguably the best, or at worst, one of the best three players in Pakistan, it's a massive deal. Mustafa's got a lot of pressure on him as well. Oh, that's not a comfortable lob at all, and Rayan is going to have the ball spin away range again. Just not off to the best start possible. Rayan Yunus is struggling. Mustafa hunts for more. Serve down the center. Has got a chance to finish. Will not leave the court. Still recovers on the volley in mid-court. Omar Zafar doesn't retreat in time. And with that, another big opportunity that they have just lost. Two-one to KIJI right now. As with the first break, they are hoping to accelerate through this one. It's going to be a question of who exactly is going to be able to fight back on either Rayan or Hosema's service. Naturally, just by virtue of seedings and tiers, Rayan's service is the one that you have to try and get the breakout on. Whether it finds success is another question. Rayan is a fantastic hand on it as well, especially when he's getting a chance to be so heavily on his forehand. He's not had his backhand targeted at all. What a volley from Hosema, contra forced out, and Mustafa Beg's just a little bit too long on that shot. Knows that there is still finishing power on the right side as well when it comes to Yunus, and well, that finishing power might be put to display soon. He's still keeping it gentle, worried about his earlier fumbles, and will not need to put too much pressure out on himself to get these points. High ball through. Rayan shows a quick overhead flat smash. Now look, Rayan's not delivering his A game right now, and there is a world where you can try and push him down, but he gets a game as clean as that. It's a full maiden game, 4 points in a row, not giving up a single opportunity, not really looking stressed out about it either. If Rayan starts to rack up momentum, and with Hosema's consistency, this game might be as well good gone and lost. Hosema, good interruption. Ball is back in the court, as they might need to replay the point, not sure. Omar Zafar will, however, continue on in his service. Bean Seen are 1-3 down. Bean Seen's objectives will also include just making sure that Hosema can be a little bit more fatigued going out of this match. He's still going to have a very long break before match number 5. But if there's anything you can do to try and slow down the boy wonder, this would be the time. Omar, serve to the backhand. Rayan, very good lob. No chance for a Bahada on it. Mustafa Beg sends out a sky-high lob of his own, but that's given Rayan room to try and smash it back in with the Bahada. Will not work out, though. Overextension of the elbow, and it will end up meeting the glass instead. Umar struggling a lot more so on his services right now. Both Rayan and Hosema have warmed up substantially. Nice pick over here. Rayan just trying to corner out Umar and will be able to do so successfully. Forces him closer to the fences. Sends him right back to the middle. And with that, Team KIJI are going to find themselves yet another game. 4-1. They have barely struggled at all since that first game. Now remember, this is the expected outcome. This is supposed to be the clean win for KIJI. They have put a lot of eggs into this first match's basket, and so far it's a great omelette being made, but the question will still be, as it very often is, what will happen when you get to those women's and mixed matches? It is big favorites, big favorites for Zaid Mujahid's being seen. Natalia Zaman will be featuring over there. She has a fantastic record so far, has been largely unblemished. Yesterday versus Team Multi-Ortho was one of the big difference makers as well, versus Asfa Shehbaz, once upon a time teammate, right now rival. So KIJI have to get their wins at every given point where they can. Rayan, drop shot received, comfortable lob back, but it goes too deep. Doesn't go through for the full commitment, and Rayan will end up meeting the glass instead. Rayan also has another match later on. It is going to lob back out from Umar Zafar. Rayan winds in for the Vibra. He has been struggling with these matches. It's been a tough time for him. He's feeling a little bit under the weather right now as well, but that's still not going to be something that you remember when you look at the history books of his performances over here at PADELin. He was really hoping to go out with a bang into this grand finals. Fortunately, this is the match where you can afford to make mistakes. Rayan will be featured once again later on. I do believe in match number 4, if I'm not wrong, he will be playing with Abid Mushtaq. I will be rechecking that later on. So Rayan, important that he can get his initial jitters out of the way. Five to 1 for KIJI, and they can hope to close out here and now. Mustafa Beg once again on the service. Would really like to have at least one hold coming out in through to this grand finals. Nice backhand attempt from Hosema. Will not be able to cross the net. Had it done so, would have been at risk of maybe even clipping the outside of the court. Who knows? Mustafa. Second serve. 15 love up. Underhanded volley is not enough. Tries to interrupt what Hosema is trying to put out. Hosema's aggressive push out towards the net is going to be finding nothing but success. Rayan's backhand still critically difficult for him to keep that ball in play. That's his 4th point given over in a position where he looks like he's dotted his I's, crossed his T's, gotten all the footwork out, but in the end just not able to find the word that he's looking for. Mustafa getting ready to potentially attack over towards Rayan's forehand instead. Sends him back over. Contra comes through. Commitment from Umar Zafar is going to be hitting the glass wall. You are seeing a bit of a lack of finishing ability right now on the Bean Scene side, and they have a lot of very defensive players. I mean, I'd argue that potentially their only clear-cut, hyper-aggressive player is Zaid Mujahid, their team captain. As even Rafael Jimenez is playing a lot more towards that right-hand side. Still, comfortable victory coming through for Team KIJI in set number 1, 6-1 for Huzaima and Rayan. They will be looking forward to that second set and hoping that it will be just as smooth sailing. Second set will begin now. Huzaima Abdurrahman to be serving. Mustafa Beg on receipt with the white cap. First serve is a fault. Second will target closer to the body. Rayan, a chance, goes for the rulo instead. Targets the corner. Huzaima trying to do the same at the close corner to the net. He's asked for a bit too much. Will end up forfeiting that first point. Love 15. Things are lively over here at PADELin. I can tell you there are matches happening for the rising category. There are matches happening for the third and fourth place decider as well. It is a good time. If you're just watching the stream, try to make your way over. You still have time tonight. Oh, confusion on the court. Rayan and Huzaima will be very quickly adjusting back into it. Quick apologies from either side, and it is all good. Huzaima's back on the service. And Umar once again on receipt. Intercept from Rayan, winds in for what looked like a smash, ends up keeping it gentle. Rayan has been holding his hand back. For Umar and Mustafa, I am sure they're feeling fortunate about that, but fortune does not change the fact that they are still getting a bit of a beating in that first set. They'd like to redirect that aggression away. Nice Bahada. Mustafa Beg. Corners out Huzaima as well. Umar winds in for the smash. That one's going to be right back over to Mustafa Beg. He dodges out the ball. Huzaima winds in. Smash up, over and out. Not a conversation about whether or not that would be committed to properly. Huzaima will give them game number 1, 1-0 in that second set for Team KIJI. Been will be having Mustafa Beg serving up in that second game. Mustafa hunts for a target. It is Rayan who will fall into his crosshairs. Mustafa and Umar are, of course, switching on the services. They are not playing Australian. Mustafa, oh, that's a fault on the first. Otherwise, he really wanted to commit into that smash. High ball through. Wind up from Mustafa. What a shot to the diagonal. Huzaima trying to keep it alive. Will not be able to do so. Mustafa Beg, picture perfect. 30 love. A chance of a hair. Omar Zafar keeps it slow. Does not want to speed up the pace of the game just quite yet. Worried about what could come through the other side, but it's too slow to even make the cross over the net. And I would say back in October last year, when maybe it was September even, but ooh, hold the point. Nicely done from Mustafa. We'll be able to pick up another one. Rafi and Tarar and Huzaima Abdurrahman, when they were playing together, went up against Zaid, Mujahid and Abid Mushtaq in a tournament in a facility in Islamabad as well. And their strategy to win, back when they were considered underdogs, is Team Bean Scene will take game number 1. The game number 2, bring it to 1-1. Their strategy when they were considered the underdogs was to try and slow down the game as much as humanly possible. That's how they were able to win out their second set, take it to a super tiebreaker themselves, and get a win where otherwise people thought that they should probably not be the favorites. Now listen, this is very steep odds coming out from the other side as well for Bean Scene, but if there's going to be a winning strategy, that might be it. Mustafa Beg, great backhands. He is really coming into his own right now, feeling much more comfortable on the court. And he has all set long. He has fought his way to the finals. He knows that he deserves it. He just has to prove that he belongs. Half volley out. Rayan is a target. Backhand is going for the full lob. That's a lob too deep, an inch too far, and a wall too close. Rayan continues. Mustafa commits out to another lob. Rayan struggling on the Vibra. Hosema offering out a couple of words of advice very quickly before the next point will start. Mustafa Beg once again under attack. Rayan wants to keep the focus on him, but he's been forced back instead. That lob once again failing Mustafa. Frustration beginning to show. He knows that these are not the points which he should be giving away. Underneath the pressure, hard to get the perfect lob out as well, but misses out the pocket. Omar Zafar keeps it out to the ground strokes. Mustafa has a chance to push. Omar sends it out high. Rayan trying to sideline Mustafa completely with a rulo, but it's a rulo that just does not connect. We are not seeing the best of Rayan by any stretch of the imagination, and that's the window that maybe Mustafa and Omar Zafar can climb through. KIJI is struggling, and that too on their own service. Mustafa can't find space for a lob. Omar tries to commit in for it. Hosema is having the ball given to him. Strategy perhaps failing them, as you can see Omar's frustration, looking up to the skies, asking himself why did he switch over targets from what was working before. Rayan given a moment to breathe. And that might be just enough oxygen. KIJI steal it right back in their favor. That could have been a very difficult affair. But Bean Scene are unable to find the break. 1-1. The 1-2 in favor of KIJI. Game number 4, Omar Zafar will take the responsibility to serve. Let it be remembered that game number 3, they really did have a chance to try and break out on Rayan's service themselves. Omar, however, might be giving opportunities out to KIJI to do the same to him. First point really looked like he was set up to finish, but that is something that has been lacking in the Bean Scene roster that has been assembled. Finishing ability is maybe a little bit amiss. Solid volleys, decent lobs, and really respectable ground strokes, but none of those is going to end a point. Rayan hoping that he can do it maybe in a little bit more style. Hosema, contra up, over and out, will be connecting. Perfectly positioned. Hosema now goes out for a finish of his own. Will not be able to cross the net back over. And Omar Zafar with a counter smash comes through with an easy tap out. Hosema has been iced out of a lot of this game. And it is moments like this where sometimes he can try and attempt to do too much. Smashing from behind the service line. Doesn't quite get the perfect spin out on the ball. Rayan looks for a fresh target. It's going to be all onto Umar Zafar from Rayan, and as he's pushing forward to the net, he misses out his chance to try and get the backhand volley back too. Umar was already in position at the net, has an advantage in the volley, and Ozema can't make up for that advantage. Good backhand though. Rayan keeps the ball alive and well in play. Vibra back from Ozema. Rayan, a chance for a Bahada of his own. Slows it down. That's exactly what KIJI needed. It's been 2 Bahadas that Rayan has tried to go full power on. That's where he's been missing. He's starting to adjust back to his B game. And listen, Rayan Yunus is a dangerous player, even on his B game. Still, a chance for Ozema to send it right back to the corner. No reason to get flashy. No reason to pull out power. He strokes the ball into the corner, gives it a quick little sleeping spot. And that might be something that Umar would struggle to find later on tonight if he loses out on this game. Fault on the first. Ozema. Back to Rayan. Ozema looking for the interrupt. Cross court, finds it. Perfectly done. And with Umar playing that aggressively, so close out towards the service line, it's going to be the first break of the set. 3-1 to KIJI. Ozema to serve. High lob attempt. Rayan switches out targets. Once again, Umar has been identified as a potential vulnerability right now. He's been a little bit confused on his footwork about where to go, how to attack, how to defend. There's been places where he's been maybe more unnerved than he'd like to be. Great reactions from Rayan. Very well received on the volley. Just what you like to see from a player that has otherwise been struggling. Now finding form. Volleys have been good. Ozema looking to close. Backhand drop shot through. Mustafa Beg tries to attack too aggressively. Tucks his elbow in underneath as he in his rush to get to the ball, and will lose control over what he hoped would be a gallery attack because of it. 4-1, Team KIJI continue to find breakneck speeds out towards that 6th game that they're looking to get. Mustafa Beg back on the service, did manage to hold out on his first, is hoping to do the same over here. Oh no, that's a wildly aggressive backhand volley from underneath the net. Basically ankle height, and he ends up chucking it far too deep. Ozema. What a shot through from Mustafa. Makes up for what he lost out on in the first point. 15 all immediately. Mustafa kills the ball right to the corner. Rayan unable to adjust. Serve to the center. Mustafa had a chance once again. It's the net that ends up being his worst enemy. Oh, sky-high lob. Wind through too deep. Mustafa is struggling on shots that he feels would belong to him any other day of the week. But he is not just facing the ball right now as he would any other day. He is facing a potential legend in the making. 5-1, KIJI will have to put their behemoth to rest very soon. Huzaima will not be seen until match 5 should they get to it. But right now, this first match has been a statement from them. Rayyan Yunus looking for another close, will not find it. They will find it. Mustafa Beg will not find the return. Rayyan aggressing, more so, feels comfortable, knows he has space. The net will assist. And now resets back into the lob. Umar Zafar, a chance on the shallow lob to close out very quickly. And look, Been Seen have lost this set already. We all know this. But the pressure they put onto Rayyan is going to be critical for later stages of their team game. Rayyan wants to activate before he says goodbye. He's given 3 points now out to Team KIJI. And if he can close this out on a big upswing, maybe that momentum carries forward and helps him out as well. Good lob from Mustafa Beg. Doesn't quite get the cross by over here either. Huzaima had his gallery completely open. There was certainly the chance over there, but Beg has now fumbled out at least 2, maybe 3 chances to close a point in the past 2 games. Sky high lob. Omar commits out to the smash. Huzaima looking back in dismay. That would have been a very short smash from Umar Zafar. Huzaima would have definitely had the chance to even knock it right out of the court. Rayyan, serve, volley, lob. This time Umar doesn't try and commit out to the smash. He knows he might not be quite as lucky twice over to have someone go for the block. It is a follow-up which fails. 6-1. 6-1. KIJI doubles up with impeccable score lines coming into the grand finals. But the question is, how will they fare in that second matchup now that the women's sides will start to come in? We'll find out very shortly. and then there's this, and then there's outwards. I have मैंने तुम्हें वीडियो भेजी है पहले से. No, I sent you one. Yeah, yeah. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is Team KIJI versus Being Seen. The grand finals of the Multi-Ortho Ramzan Cup 2026 continues here at PADEL in Lahore. The women's match will be up next. Men's match number 1 was won out by Team KIJI as they used Huzaima and Rayan Yunus to come through to a clean 6-1, 6-1 victory. Yesterday, Team KIJI suffered in the women's matches. They lost out the women's match 0-9. They lost out the mixed match 0, and you've guessed it, to 9. It will have to be a big performance as they face up the giant of women's paddle in Pakistan. Natalia Zaman will be accompanied by Maria Sadi. We then have on Team KIJI Selina Khan from the Tier 1 pool and Fatma Razak right there with her. Interestingly enough, Fatma Razak and Mariam Baniasadi are actually partners whenever they're playing women's tournaments together. They are generally side by side on the court, not opposite each other. So there's going to be a fun little extra dynamic here at play as well. Mariam generally plays out to the right and Fatma on the left, which will mean that as Fatma and Selina are adjusting back in, that might mean Fatma is not playing some of her traditional roles as well. Selina likely going to be trying to take that left side over as well. But there may have been some strategic adjustments moving into the final day of play as well. Quick words between Mariam and Fatma as the partners find themselves opposite each other instead. Natalia Zaman will be the woman with the spotlight on top of her. She is supposed to dominate. She is supposed to be the one to come out on top. Fatma is playing the left side. Selina Khan will be starting off on the serve. Serve goes through, fault on the first. It is a race to 9 for the women. It will not be a double set affair. And we start things off 15-love in favor of Team KIJI. Selina. Serve out to Mariam. Mariam sends it high. Selina does not look for net progression over there. Sees a lob coming over. Sends back a lob of her own. Fatma has a chance to interrupt the Bahada attempt from Mariam. Nicely done. Baniasadi unable to overcome Razak. I'm curious to see if Selina will be returning to the left side once it is her opponent's service as well. Fatma. Backhand which ends up meeting the glass. I'm very sorry. Thank you. Very sorry. Still, well-placed aggression coming through from Selina Khan, and they will put themselves in the lead, 42-15. Selina now serves back over to Natalia. She's not had as many chances to go off with those powerful ground strokes. Now displays it. Selina still stuck to the back of the court, not willing to move away, very worried about those ground strokes, and Fatma will find the side of her partner. Mariam ends up giving them that first game. It will be an issue if Selina is not looking for net progression consistently later on as well. We are going to have to wait to see whether Natalia can find the punishment on that. Natalia generally very good at her ground strokes, but she'll have to adjust away from those ground strokes to try and go for some slightly more backspin, under the net sort of plays, looking for a few more chiquitas so that she can punish Selina's movement. Selina's strategy is clear-cut. It is straightforward. Take out Natalia's strongest weapon and see if they can beat them without it. Being seen, however, that's all a question of when they are receiving the service. When they themselves are giving the service out, it is going to be a very different story. Natalia will be first on the serve as Being Seen's Tier 1 women representative. Left-handed, never forget. Fatma. Pick is not the best, but Natalia misses out on a big opportunity over there to get the cross-court vibra. Natalia and Mariam will be sticking to their guns. They will both be staying on the same side, playing out the Australian side, which is almost a must when you have a lefty on your team. Natalia. Serve out once again. Fatma will receive it. Very good recovery on the vibra. Gets control over the net, but with Selina not moving forward with her afterwards, she tries to commit out to a ground stroke diagonal behind. Mariam will not be landing. Natalia, second serve. Selina, backhand lob. Natalia goes for the interrupt. Fatma off the back of the glass will be good for it. Mariam looking for the gallery and she will not find it. Very good start to things for Team KIJI here on Natalia Zaman's serve. They are putting serious pressure on and they're doing it simply by good strategy in how they receive. Now that's the adjustment that Been Seen desperately needed though. Been Seen targeting out the center instead. You can see how glued to the corners both Fatma and Selena are. Oh, what a service from Natalia. That'll be the end. Game number 2 goes the way of Been Seen. One aside as we move to Fatma Razak's service. Fatma has been one of the big heralds of Padel in Lahore. Of course, one of the big community figures and community heads, which she has been struggling to find podium finishes. Good to see her in the grand finals over here, but it's not the grand finals appearance that she's looking for, and her team definitely isn't looking for just an appearance. They're looking for that highest honor, the highest seat on the podium. Oh, backhand from Natalia is incredibly greedy, trying to cut off the limbs of Selena. Looking for her feet as Selena progressed closer to that net, will not find them. And service from Fatma as well, catches Natalia off on the backhand. Very well played. Already looking like a much more confident KIJI side than they were yesterday versus Serena Khan. Oh, serve is fantastic. Fatma Razak feeling very good about herself coming off of that. 2-1 in favor of KIJI. Now, as far as tennis backgrounds are concerned, Fatma does have a minor tennis background over here as well, but no one really compares to what Natalia has put on the table as far as national competition is going to be putting out there. But the more that Padel goes on, the more that we are going to see the cream will no longer be dedicated and specifically designated for players who have had national rankings or placements in other racket sports. And perhaps Team KIJI can try and be proof of that. It will be Mariam Baniasadi's service. Fatma to receive. Strong forehand. Lob is good. They will find space at the net, but because they hesitate in climbing up to it, Natalia gets an easy Bahada back as well. Very well placed. Catches off Fatma's side. Mariam, good receipt once, good receipt the second time, but she's lost space. Will be able to recover it on the defense. Second shot from Selena. And when she gets to the net, she is a fiend to be reckoned with. Fatma, every backhand she's been given, she has delivered. Right down the center it goes. Mariam now losing out a couple of points on her own service, and the confidence she found in yesterday's semi-finals might be quickly going by the wayside if things continue this way. Fatma, confusion between who takes the ball. Selena calls it out, and it's going to be a quick win for KIJI on the point. Service goes out towards Fatma this time at her backhand, not the forehand. Still gets a chance to recover. Selena drives forward. Speed is there and the first break with it. 3-1 for Team KIJI. Selena Khan back on her service. An early break, and that's exactly what they were looking for. Serve through. Natalia's unable to get that straight attack out that she's so carefully hunting for. 15 love. KIJI want to compound on that initial break. I believe that was a net on the first serve. Selena continues to try and go for those forehand long diagonals on her first, not looking for much different to that. Fatma gives the ball a lot of elevation, but with the slower shot that she goes for, Natalia doesn't manage to get behind the ball properly. And KIJI is not supposed to be winning this match. Let me remind everyone, KIJI are not the favorites when it comes to the women's matchup. They have really had their difficulties, but from Friday to Saturday, from semi-finals to grand finals, this is a completely different team. And this is a completely different strategy still. Mariam Baniasadi moves forward, gets the interrupt. Fatma, a chance to extend out high that is not found, and Natalia will close. Some quick confidence. Over and out of the net. Mariam. Oh, that lob. Too deep, too deep. Selena wants to close. She wants to hold, guaranteed. Fighting backhand versus backhand, and eventually Fatma trying to move in for the interrupt on the volley. Doesn't get underneath the ball the way she wanted to. Tries to flatten it out instead. Selena now moves in. Again, that powerful forehand. 1, 2. And Mariam's doing well to play it off the wall. Eventually a lob comes out. Mariam will be able to send it down the middle. Forced to elevate, and Natalia's been completely iced out. Mariam is target number 1, target number 2, and target number 3. Unfortunately, the marksman on the other side can't hit it every time. So being seen will have a chance to recover into Selena's service. Now, Natalia knows that she's being avoided. That means she also knows she cannot afford to let these service receipts be a mistake. She cannot afford to let them have control, and that control is found by Selena. Mariam unable to answer. Selena back over to her serves, and Mariam will not be able to find that second deuce in the golden point. Team KIJI will be able to hold on. They have come in with a strategy. They have thought about this well in advance. They are now leading 4-1. It is a set to 9, not a set to 6. That will be the only consolation that Being Seen has. But if there's going to be an adjustment, it needs to be now. Selena Khan has made up her mind. She will not be approaching the net if she is not forced to. And there is one reason for that. She wants to be close to the wall for when Natalia goes out for these more aggressive shots. That's what she was saying to Fatma in the middle of that 5th point and the rally in it as well, where Fatma ends up receiving on her forehand and it hits the glass. Selena's got a strategy. I will play from the back of the court. When Natalia sends out her ground strokes, I will send it back to Mariam Baniasadi. Mariam knows that she could be the linchpin for Being Seen to come back into this game, but that's big pressure. In a grand finals, where your team is already down 1 match because of the initial men's matchup, that is big pressure. Natalia Zaman has had that pressure on her shoulders before. Can she find a way to carry through? Great court coverage, and Fatma will still find Mariam's glass unoccupied. Gets herself a very nice shot down the gallery to even things out. Fault on the first from Natalia. Good backhand volley. Oh, what a vibra. Fatma keeps it alive, though. Moves back in for the forehand of her own. Too much backswing on that racket, and where she's been very good at delivering the exact placement she needs so many times, this time Fatma Razak will falter. Selena can't recover Natalia's service over there either. Mariam and Natalia. Massive pressure for both of them. And Natalia is feeling it perhaps a little too much. Once again, corners are not being kind to her. And neither is that first service. Selena struggled to receive what Natalia is sending out and over. It is going to be another game out for being seen. They are now 2-4. Fatma Razak, if she fails to hold her service, that 4-1 advantage that they had will be practically gone there and then. They have the lead, but it is only of one break. Good service. Fatma moves back in for the backhand. Selena at the net is hoping for a little bit more. Fatma aggressive through. That ball might have been on the cusp of out, but Mariam's playing everything. She's a brick wall right now, but she needs to move into maybe even a more aggressive position. No, she doesn't. Finds the dead center of the court. Fatma's backhand fails her. And Selena Khan only able to get involved for 2 shots in that entire rally. KIJI down love 15. Mariam. Good ball through. Natalia will find the center being particularly welcoming for her forehand. Fatma, good lob overhead. Right back over. Bahara attempted from Natalia. Selena is able to receive it from the back of the court. Moves back in to take the net as well. Wanted the drop shot, but going in for the double-handed backhand doesn't have quite the reach that she needs to find that point. KIJI are not in the happiest of places right now. They can feel that that lead might be slipping away. What a shot from Mariam. Fatma can't reach it. Fatma unable to guard her corner, unable to put up a fierce resistance on her service just quite yet. One more chance. But should you lose this point, that advantage, that lead feels pretty lackluster. Nice service. Goes right underneath the racket of Mariam Baniasadi. And Natalia once again asked to step up. Good backhand. Fatma tries to lob it. Will have a chance over here to play off the glass. Has done a very good job of that so far. Selena Khan down the center. Oh, what a quick drive to the net. KIJI feeling themselves once again. Service from Fatma again is fantastic. That is 2 consecutive services where she's been able to get the better of her partner in Mariam. Natalia now finding for game, does point out that it's a fault. Backhand through, lob from Fatma, perfectly placed. Mariam tries to send back one of her own. Selena winds in for a beautiful shot at the net. That'll be KIJI moving in to an advantage point after having been down 15-40 earlier on. Fatma has a chance now to try and play that big lob. Mariam looks for the gallery, will not be able to find the speed needed to access it. Fatma on awkward forehand, but it's more than doing the job. No, just back to the center. Natalia Zaman with a finish into that right-hand corner. I believe this is golden point. Natalia. Will find the ball coming out towards her backhand as it has so many times. Ball's too deep though. Natalia so consistent on returning the service and right where they needed the most. Not able to do so. Fatma will be able to hold on just barely. It is 5-2 for Team KIJI. That gets very hairy in the end, but they'll hold on to their serve despite so many opportunities to break for being seen. Back to service now for Mariam. And that was the first break of the match for Bean Scene's women's side. Mariam hopes to rectify that here. Oh, the shot from Fatma! Somebody call Steph Curry. There's another long-distance shooter coming in. Fatma hoping to replicate. Great shot from Natalia, though. One thing Natalia has been very consistent on is those slow, comfortable vibras. I'm sure there will be someone sitting at home saying, that's a bandeja. Hey, you're not the one with the microphone. Fatma Razak getting ready for a lob. Not quite able to get underneath the ball, but still keeps it alive. Natalia misses out that window. That is Fatma all day long. She is absorbing pressure right now, like a sponge. Selina Khan. Oh, corner attacked. Selina has not been getting as many opportunities to strike through as she did in the earlier portions of the set. Mariam and Natalia have come through with a pretty clear-cut strategy. It is to deliver to KIJI what they have received, target their Tier 2 women's player. It's not been quite as successful. Fatma's forehands have been really quite deadly. Another opportunity for KIJI. I'm not sure who has made the strategy coming into this final matchup, but if it's Selina Khan, I mean, job very well done. If it's a team captain, then Abid Mushtaq, well, he already has a future in coaching. We already know that. He also wants a future in playing. Fatma leaves out the ball to try and give priority to Selina's forehand. Selina sticks herself to the glass, goes out for a lob. Fatma will do much the same. Still wants a slower, lower ground shot. And that will be missed. Mariam stays alive in a serve. Pania Sadi serving back to Fatma once again. Fault on the first. Her partner is hoping that she will be able to come out the better. Nice shot through the first. Second's not bad either. Fatma now looks for the lob. Mariam, great pressure being put onto Fatma, and Mariam has managed to overcome those early jitters of trying to move back and play back versus the forehands being delivered to her, both from Selina and Fatma. Mariam still looking for more. Fatma tries to get the lob out, unable to do so, but Mariam had a chance over there to finish it there and then. Will not find the commitment. That's another break going the way of Team KIJI. They are now up 6-2 with a 2-break lead. In a race to 9, they are looking untouchable. And now on Selina Khan's service, should they hold, and I do not see a world where Bean Scene have the ability to come back. They have to break here and now. Fatma, oh, can't get the ball off the glass. Good lob to the corner. Selina. The question is whether their strategy of targeting out Mariam is going to be constant. Selina asks for the ball. Mariam will have a completely empty gallery and perfectly placed. Selina Khan and Fatma Razak, Team KIJI, are down love to 30. That break is looking ever so achievable. Great backhand from Natalia as well. Selina does not wait for it to bounce off the glass. That's been something she's been very good about so far. Gets double-minded. And now they are down love 40. That is 3 break points. Being seen, they see a pathway. They see a pinprick of light at the end of this very dark tunnel, but can they reach that end? 15-40, 2 break point advantage still there. Selina Khan looking at closer distance. Fatma Razak, focus back on her. Good Vibra, but will be giving up the net regardless. Mariam playing this long diagonal, looks to take the net herself, but she misses that access point. Now, the score is 30-40. That 3 breakpoint lead, it's dwindling. Selena, still stuck to the back of the court. Good lob back over and out. Mariam responds with one of her own. Interrupts through. Volley is there. Overhead perhaps a little light, but that works out for her. They will find breakpoint right at the cusp. It is 3-6. Do they still have hope in this set? Tenth game now underway. 3-6. Natalia Zaman on service. Still 1 break lead out for KIJI, but we see that small opportunity. Lob back from Mariam is good. Selena Khan sends one of her own. Natalia wants to stop this lobbing business, and she will. Shot off the back glass is impeccable. She hunts for more. Selena Khan will be perhaps coming to regret that serve that she was just not able to hold. 30 love up for being seen. Interrupt is fantastic. Bania Sadi is not being deterred by the score at all. She is coming into her own. 40 love, Natalia Zaman. Hoping to close out on her own serve. Fault on the first though, so Selena Khan will at least have a chance to fight back over here. Oh, what a volley. Interrupted before it has a chance to touch the ground. Fatma Razak in the corner. She's defended so well. Will this time not be able to do so? A clean game and a 4th found for being seen as they are now down 4-6. There is 1 break point. Only the one that still holds them back from covering this chasm. Fatma has to make sure to hold. Serve is good. Corner defense this time a lot more healthy, but backhand in the middle is where she has struggled a few times over. Selena Khan does not ask for priority over there either. Fatma thought she had it. And now it is Mariam Bania Sadi to receive. Love 15. High ball through. Natalia, a chance for a Bahara. She gets overzealous, 15 all, but it is reassurances between being seen, as they know there's still plenty of paddle to be played. Serve through. Fatma looking for territory. She's the one who's serving, but she's still given up the net. KIJI. Oh, KIJI looking for that center point. Mariam takes priority. Mariam wants it once more, but Natalia this time over closer to the ball will be able to keep pressure on Fatma. Razak is in trouble. Stays well alive. Selena now gets a chance to get involved. Selena only needs 1 touch. And Mariam Racket to high. Racket too high and can't find the volley. That's the first for Team KIJI. In Fatma's service. Oh, Mariam's looking for interrupt. Selina Khan keeps the focus on to Mariam. Ball to the side. And Mariam is holding on to this net for dear life, but she might not be able to hold on to these points the way things are going. It's back to 30 aside. Backhand from Fatma. Focus still on her. Fatma pushes out power. Mariam is receiving. Can she finish though? No, she can't. The net interrupts. And it is going to be a 7th game for Team KIJI. 7-4 up. And now if you want to find a break, you will have to do it on Selina Khan's service. Yes, you have done that before. But to do it twice, that's a different conversation entirely. Mariam Baniasadi will be coming through on her own service, moving in to the 12th game in this race to 9. Mariam Baniasadi back on service, 4-7. A deficit that still seems daunting, but anything can happen. Mariam over and through. 30 love, 14 being seen. Fatma. Oh, Mariam's got an eye on the corner. And a backhand that it did look like Fatma's in position to be able to sprint out 4, but it's been a long day at the office for Fatma over here. Mariam Baniasadi up to 40 love on her own service. Nice pick out from Selina Khan. Accelerates forward as well. Spots out the gap that's completely created. Fatma moves into cover. They call for the switch. Fatma with that cover will now have to attack. That turn to attack is working out well for her though. Looking for that center point. Once again, Selina Khan keeps the ball in play. Fatma Razak looks to do the same, but Natalia has a killing blow. 5th game collected. Being seen. Will now look to double up on their earlier break versus Selina Khan. She needs to maintain. Last game on Selina's service was down love 40. You cannot start off that weak. They did manage to claw it back up to 30 and 40 before it was a 6-point that went away. Second serve. Oh. Not from Selina. She knows that she doesn't have space to move forward at the net just yet. She is relying on power. That's something where Mariam Baniasadi has been a little bit hot and cold. At times, she's been very good at receiving whatever is coming over to her. Yesterday, we saw that in the semifinals as well. Right now in the grand finals, Selina is clearly targeting Mariam at the net with these harder shots from backcourt. And Mariam is struggling in those. It's a target that's worked. Fatma, a little bit less so. She's maybe struggled more at corner defenses at times. But right now, Fatma does not look like she is having any questions about the fate of this game. Razak is in full control. Selina Khan, another service, another ace, another step closer to the finish line. They are 2 games away from collecting on this set. KIJI is up 7-5. It is called to be a fault on that first service to Mariam Bani Asadi, I do believe. So it will be second serve played out. Fatma tries to move in for the interrupt. Natalia keeps it a slow shot off the wall, but Fatma's angle moves the ball away from Mariam by just the ever so slightest bit. And Natalia back to searching for survival. Salina Khan will not be moving away from that glass. Oh, what a shot from Fatma Razak. It is going to be game number 8. Found by KIJI. They are close to set point. 8-5 in favor of KIJI. Only one more game needed. And Been Seen need some adjustments. Natalia Zaman has been fighting for survival, what feels like all set long at this point. Mariam Bani Asadi, lob back out over. But that second will not land. Love 15. And Salina Khan is feeling well within her element right now. Just has to make sure she can return this deadly serve from Natalia Zaman. Will do so. Mariam keeps the ball in play. Oh, can't do it. The second time over, the volley will fail. Love 30, 2 points away from defeat, 2 points away from KIJI being 2 series up. Fatma, high ball through, but it goes too deep. 15-30 for Been Seen. Natalia on the hunt. Backhand. Oh, what a shot from Natalia. Fatma still able to sprint past to the net. Keeps it alive. Salina Khan is still looking for power from the back of the court. Fatma tries to do the same, but she displaces herself completely. Opens up her corner, and with that, gives up the point. You're back to 30 aside. A little bit of sweat off the brow of Natalia. Fatma can't pick it up on her forehand either. 40-30. Been Seen have at least gotten out of the worst of it in this particular game. Salina, good backhand, and what a drop shot from Mariam Bani Asadi. 6-8. Fatma Razak will be on her service. Previous service from Fatma went to golden point. That was a big opportunity to turn things around. Natalia on receipt. Mariam at the soapbox has a lot to say, and Fatma is not letting those words come out. Salina Khan not involved in the point just quite yet. Fatma is the player who all the focus is on. She moves back into defensive position, still looking for those powerful forehands. Wants to control the game, and, well, Natalia is more than happy to let her be the primary point of contention. Fatma perfectly fine with being focused on. Mariam plays a shot that was almost definitely out, and now Salina gets a chance to be involved in play. High lob through. Mariam a little bit weaker on the volley. And where Fatma is looking for these underspin lobs, It's still working out. Mariam just keeps the ball in play. This is partner versus partner action. And Mariam Baniasadi will not be able to come out on top. Fatma takes that pressure and sends it right back to the other side. Love. Strong forehand through. Middle looks empty. Natalia's looking to exploit it. Mariam, good catch. Good catch on the side glass. Natalia's fast shot down the middle opened up that angle for Mariam. She's been good at targeting it. Doesn't go for anything too fancy. Just knows she needs to land it. Net will help out. But Natalia doesn't care if there's additional assistance being sent out the other way. It is now down 15-30. Team KIJI have got pressure on their shoulders. What a serve! What a serve! Pushes Baniasadi into a corner. And she will not come back out of. Zaman. Ready and raring to go. Wants to find a winner on return, and she might have just enabled it. She might have just enabled it. Attacks the gallery. Selena's forced into a high backhand, and she finishes things with a perfect vibra. Now down 30-40. Pressure on KIJI once again as breakpoint territory is here. Mariam pushing forward to the net. Natalia staying at the back of the court, wanting to counter out what Selena's attempting to go for. Fatma now covers, but she's not able to get it over the line. That critical break comes out. It is going to be on serve once again, 8-7. As Mariam Baniasadi will try to serve to tiebreak. Mariam Baniasadi now on the service. You win this one and it's a tiebreaker. She knows it as well. She's done a very good job of being able to put her mistakes to the side before. And I don't know if KIJI will do the same. Remember, they are the underdogs coming into this one. But they don't play like it at all. Good recovery from Natalia, back of the court. Fatma going back for lobs. But they're not going for the net. Fatma's worried about her corner. She can't defend them with a backhand. That's where you need to be at the net. Where KIJI came in with the strategy, now it's being seen who have adapted. And they are really just finding gaps as KIJI keep on trying to stick to that back glass. Great lob. Selena Khan, again, isn't moving forward. Backhand's going to be a little bit more awkward. Mariam Farooq happy to pick it up because of it. And now as Mariam will take the net once again, it's her reactions that end up working out against her. 15-all. Incredibly tight game already. Fatma comfortable in waiting for that ball. Now goes out for a stronger forehand. That gives Natalia a chance to fight back. Now, Mariam looking for drops, looking for access to Fatma's corner, but Fatma is protecting it with her life. Selena still yet to be able to get involved. Worried about the gaps that are being opened up. Fatma, we saw it before. She has been the primary point of focus in her defense, is never to be questioned. 15-30 being seen. might be trying to target Fatma, but it doesn't feel like Selena is uncomfortable watching from the sidelines as her partner continues to prevail. Selena is given one critical responsibility. When she is in position to attack, she needs to land it. And so far, she's been doing a good job, but that service that she's just missed, that equalizer that she's just given, she might come to regret it. High ball through. Fatma looks for more. Backhand to try and sustain. Oh, she misses out. 40-30, tie break point. Down 7-8. Being seen. Just need that one more for their massive comeback, and they found it. It is 8-8. They were down 3-6. A 3-game deficit that they have managed to climb back from. And KIJI might be getting the crushing realization that every underdog does when they lose out a lead. It is that they may no longer have a chance to win this one. Tiebreaker means it is anyone and their grandmother's game, though. But let's see who actually collects. Tiebreak will be initiated with Selena Khan's service. Oh, deep backhand from Natalia. KIJI take point number 1. Natalia looks to rectify. A fantastic backhand from Selena, but she's forced to try and fight a difficult drop shot. Fatma can't get underneath the ball in time. She goes to its side instead and will be punished for it. One aside. High backhand from Fatma fails her. That lob connects right with the glass. 2-1 for being seen at the end of their service. Mariam. Mariam's been playing like a pincushion at the net. Every time she comes up, there's another shot stuck into her. A little bit of confusion on whether that shot was played before the fault was called, or rather before it had left the boundaries of the service. As KIJI and Bean Scene realize how critical this point is. Backhand from Selena. Finds her own corner attack as well. Will not be relying on the glass, not yet at the very least. Fatma wants to aggress through. Another lob comes out. Mariam's doing a great job of just keeping Fatma on her toes, but a lob from Fatma will now give her space at the net. She decides not to push in for it. And Mariam misses out the ball. She thought she had it. 2-all. Oh, ball curves outwards. The cursed lefty spin going out towards the right side. Of course, with the angle that Natalia is hitting it from, it just exacerbates that. Mariam trying to commit through to a harder ball. Fatma working in from volleys from service line, and Natalia maybe not in position, maybe not ready, maybe it will not matter, as the score is still 3 aside in this tiebreak. Mariam continues. That is a high serve. Selena just looking for ground strokes from the back. And look, that's a strategy that's worked for them. But you have to question the wisdom of continuing to use it in a tiebreaker. Volleys have just not been a real danger point coming up from KIJI. They are now down 3-4. Sprinting for the net. And there's that volley that they've been looking for. There's that danger point. 4-all. KIJI adjust. Back into the lead. Natalia Zaman cannot afford to fail on her finest shots, and she will not. Fantastic backhand, but the forehand all the time in the world, and it feels like her clock might be ticking out. 4-5. Natalia now on service, and that is a ridiculous return. Sliding off the side glass gives KIJI their 6, 1 point away from taking it all. Mariam will not deliver that point just quite yet. Natalia moves back in, has got the forehand, focus on Fatma, continues. Mariam wants to give it right over to her partner, but can't continue the assault when Fatma's accelerating. KIJI lose the point out to a net. That will take it away from Selena, not letting her cross that distance. Now Fatma comes back on serve, 6-5. Still match point. Still a chance to close here now before it gets further extended. High ball from Mariam. The lob is good. The overhead is not. KIJI take it away in the tiebreaker. They almost let it slip, but Fatma Razak and Selena Khan will be able to bring KIJI up in this grand finals 2-0. If KIJI win out the mixed matchup, then we are going to say goodbye to being seen here and now. They are at wit's end. How will they survive? Back into things with the mixed matches over here at the Multi-Ortho Ramzan Cup 2026 for PADELin. It is going to be Natalia Zaman and Zaid Mujahid representing Been Seen out against Abid Mushtaq and Selina Khan. Oh, a quick touch of the net is going to be particularly helpful, but Abid, great Vibra from behind Natalia, will give them the point. High ball through. Once again, Abid, backhand Vibra. That's a hard one to pull off, but Abid's not going to be any stranger to it. Remember, this is potentially going to be the final set to be played. Should KIJI win over here, they will have won 3-0. Zaid Mujahid, first set. Coming into this one, Abid is taking full control over the net. First game goes the way of KIJI. Zaid and Abid, of course, back in 2025 on the 16th of February on that fateful night, were able to win out the first ever iteration of the PADELin Cup. Now in this grand finals for the Ramzan Cup 2026, powered by Multi-Ortho. They are going to be facing off versus each other. Blackouts beware. The second game will begin very shortly. Zed. Service good. Backhand's even better. Looking very clean on his volleys tonight. And when Zed's volleys are hitting, then you know he's coming in with his A game. Abid receives. Zed. Court coverage is impeccable and Selina can't cross over in time. $30 love for Team Been Seen. Selina worried about the backhand, rightfully so, but Zed's volley will not connect. 30-15. High lob out. Zed targets the corner. Selina looking to do the same on the diagonal, will not be able to do so. 40-15 as they look to close as soon as possible, and they will be able to do so immediately. Selina Khan unable to receive on the forehand. She's been edging closer to that tee line to try and defend, and as she does so, she leaves out her forehand. Now, on her service, Natalia's one to receive. Backhand is good. Abid Mushtaq with a drop shot, but Zaid is accelerating across the court. Natalia now gets out a Vibra of her own. Selina Khan, still at the back of the court, will be forced to keep things defensive. Abid trying desperately to go for a smash, but it is Zaid's attempt at it, which will give them the first point. 15 love for Team KIJI. Backhand volley. Cross through. Abid in the diagonal one-on-one will not be able to take it back. It is 15-all. Selina Khan's service continues. Natalia, what a backhand coming out from her. Still, that speed is not always going to be working out in their favor. Zaid, contra number 1 is going to hit. Contra number 2 is out and about. 30-15 in favor of KIJI. 1 aside is the set score. High ball out from Zaid. Selina's service gives them a quick ace, 40-15. In every mixed matchup, it's always a question of who will be trying to capitalize on the women's service first, but right now Selina Khan is giving so many opportunities on her own. Abid moves in, quick tap out, and it is 2-1 in favor of KIJI. Games on serve. Natalia was not able to get as much play into that women's set as she would have liked, was iced out in so many instances. Now will be given a chance to make up for it, is going to be one of the primary targets for Team KIJI in their attempt to find a break. Natalia's service is going to be critical for being seen to stay alive. This is a set to 9. The format is identical to the women's matchup. It is going to be 1 deuce and golden point on the second, should it be required. Natalia serves out to the center. Selena keeps the ball nice and low. In her attempt to do so on that second chance, she is not going to get the cross. With Natalia's Vibra definitely being stronger of the two women, it's going to be down to Selena Khan to give some very good Chiquitas in response. Zaid Mujahid cannot be allowed to get his critical volleys. Oh, what a shot from Abid Mushtaq in the middle of it all. Natalia thought about going for the contra, decides to go back in for the backhand. It is difficult to commit to that backhand when you're primarily a double-handed backhand player. Natalia is finding that out herself. Abid might look to find that exploit again. And yes, he does, but this time it goes amiss. Too far deep. Natalia targeting in once again. Was Abid Mushtaq delivered. Zaid Mujahid will double up on. Quick tap out the second that Selena is unable to keep the ball low enough to prevent that threat from materializing. To a side, back on serve. Natalia. Oh, she's got her corner completely picked apart. Zed thought he could move in for the ball, but reassurances on either side. 15 love to all. Backhand from Zed. Goes into a volley. Abid gets one of his own. It is too quick. This is the kind of speed that Abid was not showing off in yesterday's men's matchup. He was being toyed with. His lack of ability to commit to some of the smashes over there was definitely a critical error. But right now, Abid is accelerating. He is adding speed to the conversation. That speed is going to work against him in that point, though. Looking for full court coverage at the net. Will not find it. Zed. Forehand. Finds Selena. Abid trying to cover it off, making sure that that route to Selena is going to be all the more difficult. If they want to find that target, they have to go to Selena's forehand. So that Abid does not have a chance to cross that distance. Fault on the first. Abid, great volley, but an even better lob out from Natalia. Selena commits out to the switch, and Natalia's shot is too deep the second time over. The score is 3-2 in favor of KIJI. And you can see the adjustment that Abid is making compared to his normal service that he would be playing out in some of the men's matches. He is keeping it just ever so slightly slower, so he always is going to be a threat at the net. Very hard to get a lob out on those as well, because as he slows it down, he adds more underspin to the ball as well. So Natalia feels the need to try and counter out with a ground stroke rather than a lob. That might be something that changes as the set goes on. But for now, it remains on serve. Zed back on the service. It is going to be fault on the first. Natalia Chance over there for a good volley. And it is a drop shot that Zed cannot cross the distance for. Natalia losing control as a result of her slower volley initially. That Selena gets the perfect lob back out over. Now a lob attempt from Abid and a vibra that goes astray. KIJI are up 30 love on Zaid Mujahid's service. Selena, second serve. She thought she had a shot down center that Natalia would have had to extend for. Instead, it is a shot down net. 15-30. First molecule of oxygen in this game joins in. Being seen will use it to send the ball right out. all. Zed is definitely the best smasher of the four in the court right now. Best ability to force the ball out of bounds. And he looks for more chances to do so. Abid Mushtaq, contact made, but the net, I believe, was touched in there as well. Regardless, it is a point going out towards Being Seen. They will equalize once again, 3-3. Back to serve for Selena. Natalia raises the ball. That's Abid with the close. Zed. Oh, what a shot from Zed. Natalia will be giving him words of encouragement coming out of that one. Selena cannot adjust to the spin in time. Good backhand from Natalia. Sets up completely. Zed. Lob backwards. Might need more, but Selena Khan with her lob hitting the glass. Get some quick words from her captain, Abid, reminding her of the game plan. Oh, the drop shots from Abid have been the primary weapon guaranteeing success on their own services. Abid leaves his entire gallery open because he's worried about the crossover. Even then, Selena is caught out. It is the first break of the set, 4-3 in favor of Being Seen. And this could be their chance to find their breakaway entrance into this grand finals. High ball up. Zaid Mujahid. Oh, what a shot! Abid cut off. Zed wants to compound on that break that they just found. Abid. He's looking for the same punishment that so many players do when playing against a left-sided player. Selena comes out on top 30-15 in favor of Being Seen. High ball out. Zed's getting ready to send it. He has welcomed the ball back in. What a nice guy, Zed. Make sure there's a home for the ball to come back home to. And that is going to be a clean win through for Natalia's service. They are now up 5-3 for being seen. Abid on serve. Natalia, great lob. Gives Zed access point right down the center. That point finished by Zed, but fully set up by Natalia. Love 15 for KIJI. Shot from Zed will not get the cross over the net. It would have still been kept in play, but Zed would have been given a chance to at least run on over to face what Selena was setting up for, a drop shot of her own. High ball from Natalia. That was never going to be in. Abid. Another quick commitment. Selena finds an interrupt. Abid has a volley of his own. What is going on? Zed Majid, you are leaving the entire left side open. Natalia was in position for that shot as well. That doesn't feel good if you're Natalia either. And Abid and Selena will be able to fight back. They're still in that one break deficit, 5-4. In favor of being seen. Zed and Natalia will be hoping that Zed's service is just as smooth sailing as Abid found his to be. Selena, oh, good try on the pick in the corner. She wouldn't have been able to find it regardless if she let it go to the back glass. It was a very slow shot. Hard to get a reasonable return out of that, even on the best of days. A little bit hasty from Zed on the backhand. 15-all. Natalia still not allowed to get a say in this game, and she's okay with it as long as the points are going her way. Zed's service has gone well for them so far. High ball through. Zed goes for a bahada. He knows that Selena has not been coming up to try and cover the net, and where Zed erred on his backhand, Abid Mushtaq will do the same. Selena can't find the backhand off the glass. It is going to be 6-4 in favor of being seen. One step closer to finding their first notch in this team grand finals. They are down 0-2 in the overall matchups, losing out the first men's matchup, losing out the women's matchup. And now it's mixed, where they hope for oxygen and they gasp for air. Backhand from Natalia. Pins Selena into a corner. Love 15 down. KIJI have to make adjustments. High ball through. Oh, that's going to hurt. Racket is edged out. You have to be quick to leave those behind. But they're being left behind right now. Love 30. Fault on the first. Oh, Selena, that is now 3 in a row where she's been unable to defend from positions where she was at least set up to do so. Love 40. Could be that second break. Coming up for being seen, that would be a death sentence to the set. Abid doesn't want to let that happen. Full court coverage. Quick tap out at the back as well. That point's all Abid. Mr. Mushtaq gets him into this game at 15-40. Abid! Back over. Zed's got a chance. Abid's covering it all. And indeed, he tries, but it's not going to be enough. A gentle stroke from Zed will bring them up to 7, 2 games away from their first win in the grand finals. Natalia now gears up for her service. For all intents and purposes, this is KIJI's last chance to fight back. You break now or you might break never. Abid knows that just as well as anyone else. But that just doubles up the pressure on his shoulders. Fault on the first from Natalia. Abid slows things down. What a shot from Natalia. That is picture perfect. Quick backhand to the fences. Even if Serena can get the cross back, Zed Mujahid is there to end. And where he ends once, he will end twice. Abid's been running like a maniac, but right now it is not his legs, but his spirit that seems to be giving out. Another serve to the backhand. Zed looking for the close. Abid's block is good. Zed will have to lob back. That lob is all too high. This is the highest roof in Pakistan when it comes to indoor paddle. Zed, if you can't keep the lob in at PADELin, you're not keeping the lob in anywhere else either. Natalia, ooh, right to the net. Suddenly pressure's mounting. Suddenly problems might be visible over the horizon. Backhand. Receives good. Abid keeps the pressure on. Natalia is doing well to make sure she doesn't succumb to it. Abid, oh, just pressures her down. And if I'm not wrong, that is a deuce coming through. KIJI fighting back. Abid, oh, critical error. Where he keeps on trying to push closer to the net and limit Zaman's options. He will end up being overzealous. Good backhand through. Zaman has a chance maybe even for a lob. Decides not to go for it. Zed Mujahid comes in for the finisher. That is going to be 8-4 in favor of being seen. The women's team for KIJI were up 8-5 in that second set before they had a comeback materialize. Now KIJI needs to do one better in a deficit. Natalia, straight shot through, instantly hits the glass. Now Zed. Oh, backhand doesn't work out for him. 30 love. Abid has started his service off very well. Natalia ends up giving them their third point. Fifth game seems all but guaranteed. Up 40 love. KIJI should at least be able to make this an 8-5 scoreline. Zed. Nice contra. And Natalia, very well placed backhand. There's a contra of his own from Abid, but too deep. Natalia had pushed it right into the corner. 40-15. Abid continues with a service to the backhand. Natalia. Good Chiquita. Abid finds his cross covered off. Will still be able to close the distance. Selena keeps things nice, hale and hearty. Focus is now on to Selena and a lob overhead. Abid pulls out the backhand and Natalia can't get that one extra step needed. KIJI collect the fifth. And now down 5-8. Natalia and Zed, for being seen, are still consistently one game away from closing out this set. Zed looks to close on his own service and starts off with perfection. Oh, what a service from Zed Mujahid. 30 love. Abid can't even lean down to touch the ball, let alone receive it. Zed might have another quick shot through, and he's looking for the finisher. 40 love. Being seen cruising their way to a victory in this third set. Only the 1 point needed. Still fighting for survival. Natalia looks for the close. She will find it. Being seen stay alive in the grand finals. Actually, sorry, it is a double fault initially, I do believe. I've been corrected. But that doesn't mean they aren't still in a commanding lead over here. Zed, beautiful shot, and that'll be it. What's a point delay to being seen? They're still going to be able to come through and force out the men's matches. Coming up next, it will be being seen putting on display their Tier 1 player, Rafa Jimenez, will be coming through to fight on. It will be the Spaniards' first appearance in the grand finals. Being seen have at least guaranteed themselves another matchup where they are advantaged on paper, but will paper be enough? KIJI look to succeed if they can find that shot in match number 4. And we're back. The multi-ortho Ramzan Cup 2026 continues. Rafa Jimenez will enter the court for the first time in the grand finals. It is the A team, Zaid Mujahid and Rafa together, put forward from being seen as they continue on in their fight for survival. They are down 1-2 in this grand finals. On the other side, it will be Sikandar and Abid from KIJI. Sikandar had a ridiculously good series yesterday. Injured his arm while doing so, has been on the path to recovery and says he is fine coming into the grand finals over here today. We will have to wait to see. Rafa Jimenez, likely the best defense in the entire tournament on the right side, and Zaid Mujahid is hoping to compound on that with his own relentless aggression. Sikandar will be very necessary if KIJI are to have a chance of even winning this one, and Abid will need to show aggression of his own. This cannot be a unidimensional game coming through from KIJI. This cannot be the Huzema and Abid combination that we saw yesterday, where Abid concentrates predominantly on Vibras. Zaid's backhand volley connects with the glass. Jimenez looking for the close, 40-30. Sikandar opens up for a good volley for Jimenez. Zaid commits in for the smash. Sikandar's ready and waiting outside of the court, but it's not going to be found regardless. First game goes away of being seen. Remember, this is going to be 2 sets, and should the need arise, a super tiebreaker after. Abid pins them to a corner. Rafa, great mid-court lob that forces Sikandar back completely. Rafa's going to be moving back for a Bahada. Looks for the cross court, but instead it's only the net. Abid was already moving in for the backhand. Ready for that shot. The shot that never came through. Nice backhand from Sikandar. Opens himself up to a smash of his own. Ball tickles the net. Sikandar trying to find the cross court. Will not be able to get the second shot in, though. Sikandar cannot afford to let this ball stay in bounds. If he is to be a man of commitment, it will have to be to completion. Abid Mushtaq, great backhand, great backhand. And they are going to need more of where that came from. Very rare to get backhand winners like that. Abid moves back in for the Vibra, switches out attention to Rafa. Jimenez, where there's a lob, there's a second. Zaid sees this shot going out of bounds. There's no way Abid is making that journey over. No way at all. Jimenez and his mid-court lobs have been a serious game changer, but that shot down the line will be out. Abid, an opportunity. Said, good pick. Abid's looking for the close, will be able to find it as well. Game number 2 goes the way of KIJI. It is one aside. As Zaid moves to serve. There is a very clear weak point on paper. Sikandar Hayat, the player selected in Tier 3 for Team KIJI, but he has not looked like he's going to be sticking out too much. KIJI gets a strong start. Zaid and love 15 now switches attention to Sikandar for the serve. That attention is going to be rewarded. Sikandar thought that he could have maybe even moved in for a shot through. Abid anticipated more spin on the ball. Tries to block it instead. 15 all. Backhand from Zed is very good. Rafa plays maintenance. Rafa pushes the ball into Abid. Abid, while he's pushing towards the net, while he's trying to cover off the center court, loses full control. And Zed's right back in it. That first point they lost is the only one they've had to worry about so far. Lob up from Abid. Jimenez commits into the Vibra. Abid, that ball was dead to rights. 2-1 as Zed collects on his own service. It will now be Sikandar Hayat service. Jimenez commits through to a high ball. You're going to see Jimenez playing a very technical version of Padel right now. A lot of high balls to the shoulder, a lot of impossible volley situations that he's going to create for KIJI. And a lot of crosses like that. That is perfection. Love 30 down. KIJI need to find recovery. Shallow lob. Sikandar assisted by the net, and Rafa ends up cradling the ball rather than returning it. Caught off guard. Trajectory will be something he does not predict. 15-30 KIJI will be provided with 2 more serves, if I'm not wrong. Fault on the first. And Zed on his backhand, trying to go for a faster lob through or a pass through. Either one of those. Tricky shot. And if there's any way to find it, it is the second serve, but instead it ends up being 30 all after an early lead. Abid closes the door. Right onto the faces of being seen. Jimenez, a short lob that he will come to regret. And Sikandar switching out targets to his backhand has worked out twice over now. Zed, on that exact same area, targeted. Sikandar, beautiful smash through, doesn't even look for the kick out, keeps it in the court. Zed would have had to move out of the court, stick his arm in from the side door if he wanted a chance at that shot. 2 aside, Sikandar will hold. Jimenez back on service. It's a game of drop shots, volleys, and lobs when it comes to Jimenez, and Abid tries to put that game to an end. This slow, cruel death that every service from Jimenez seems to end up with. Another drop shot. Another chance for Zed. Another chance gone by, though. Glances on the glass. Jimenez was looking for a shot to the glass over there. Surprised about that one. Second one is there as well. Jimenez moves back in for the Vibra. Targets the center. Abid's already ready for that, though. He's got a lob. Jimenez goes for a very tricky shot. I think that might have been on the verge of out. Sikandar doesn't want to take that risk. And they are still rewarded for it. Being seen, perhaps in trouble. Rafa Jimenez cannot be the player whose service is broken. Sikandar decides against the smash. Zed Mujahid will commit to it. Ball is perfection from the service line. A throwback to his tennis days. One of the most powerful smashers in the circuit, but sometimes inconsistent. That's always been the criticism levied towards Zed. That criticism will not ring true, not right now. 2 in a row. Zed finds control. High ball through. Oh, what a backhand! That is ridiculous. Picks their pocket with a backhand. Bahada. Jimenez. An encyclopedia of shots from the backcourt. Three to 2 for being seen. Abid called upon to serve. Powerful returns from Rafad. Too powerful on the second. Love 15. 15 love. Abid. Oh, ridiculously good interception over here from Zed, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He goes for a greedy flat smash in front of him while he's going back. No chance for the kick. Sikandar knew. He knew that ball was always coming back over to him. He knew that was set up for a perfect counter. Zed's greed has paid off. Zed has delivered some critical smashes. But right now, it's Rafa who's trying to bring control back in, and he finds control in the backside of Abid. Quick shot through. Sikandar at this point just has to make sure that his right arm doesn't get hit again. High lob. Abid. Looking for the gancho. Zed will make sure that it doesn't actually make contact with the fences over there either. Great pahada from Zed. Eventually the volley battle is broken. Jimenez lobs back KIJI. Winds in for another Vibra to the center. Jimenez looking for the lob himself. He's playing very similar to what we had from Abid yesterday, allowing Zed to be the primary aggressor. But Sikandar with a perfect chancletazo will cripple that defense. Abid wants to close out his serve with another quick cap in his favor. Targets Zed on the net. That's never an easy target to go for. Zed is taking a lot of risks to climb up to the net that fast on Abid's serve. That's really impressive how it's paying off for him. And it's not like Abid and Sikandar aren't trying to punish it. You're constantly seeing Vibras going to Zed's feet. You're constantly seeing these slower Rulos going to his side. Nothing's working. In the end, it has to be the smash. 3-3. KIJI are in shaky territory, but they will be able to hold their own. Nice shot back from Abid. Sets up for the lob. Rafa moves back in for the Bahada. Abid interrupts. Sikandar looking for aggression again. The face of Sikandar and Abid that is being shown today is very different from what we had in the semi-finals. Sikandar maybe not called upon as much, but delivering twice over. Abid also willing to commit to these smashes. Bahada from Sikandar, though, goes straight down, doesn't get the full arm extension that he was looking for. Ball wasn't quite deep enough to go for that shot. Abid. Good first shot through, but Sikandar's lob attempt is going to fail. This is where Zed's pressure with the smashes is making these lobs even more difficult. And his service, I mean, his service is just always a problem. Unless you're a tier 1 player, unless you're a top level player, Zed has a deadly serve. Sprint forward, Abid, a drop of his own. Zed crosses the court, and the fence will not help out Sikandar, not this time. It is a quick win, 4-3 for Being Seen. And a reminder for everyone at home, this is a set to 6. There will be 2 sets played, and if the need arises, there will be a super tiebreaker to 10. But so far, it's been on serve, and we might get an earlier tiebreaker than we expected. Three, 4 down, still on serve. Sikandar protected his initial serve very well. Looking to replicate. He was down 0-30 at initial point. That's when he was targeting Jimenez's forehand. This time he does so again. Jimenez, signs of frustration. Perhaps expecting the backhand. He lost 2 points in the backhand return when he was unable to get control. But thrown off guard. Sikandar moves in. Backhand volley. Oh, what a shot from Zed. Whistles over the net. 15 all. Perfectly placed. Jimenez will have a chance to rectify that earlier error. Sikandar Hayat hopes that he doesn't. High ball out from Jimenez. Same commitment from Abid. Zed fakes out the smash. There's a chance for a contra. That's not the tap out you're looking for. Sikandar Hayat, maybe a chance to send it back over, but if he'd been more gentle with the ball, it would have been a smash and an end regardless. Zed is, again, introducing new elements of risk to the game. Because of those 2 smashes he committed to, he has changed how KIJI has to play in the entire set. Contra lob through. Sikandar's trying to change the game as well, but with Jimenez's defense, it is impeccable once again. Perfect lob in. Sikandar goes for the vibra. It's a harder shot, so Jimenez will now have to come back on aggression on his forehand side, and with that aggression, Jimenez will break the rally. One thing you can't say about Jimenez is that he doesn't understand his role. He is playing it to perfection. He is allowing Zed to be the hyperactive left side player that everyone tries to be while he plays the role of a veteran. Over here on the right, oh, the backhand. Pushes that first break of the set out. 5-3. Rafael Jimenez on the serve, hoping to end set number 1 all off the back of that one break. Abid searches for speed, is sorely disappointed. Sikandar searches for solace in this second and will find it. Rare mistake from Jimenez. 15 all. Backhand to the center court. Lob is perfect. Abid trying to close on it, and Zed gently slows things down, allowing for the smash setup. That's the contra that Sikandar Hayat was trying to avoid earlier on. That's the fate he would have met had he gone for it then either. Closer and closer to the finish line. Jimenez, backhand Bahada to the middle, now goes for the crossover. Abid's been displaced, but he will receive the lob regardless. Jimenez jumps up high. Abid, another shot through. Jimenez keeps control. So does Zed Mujahid. A lob overhead. Ball slowed down. Rally reset. Zed, however, slaps it out of bounds. Apologies as he turns around. Jimenez knew that point was theirs for the taking, but does not find it. Sikandar Hayat was able to find point on that initial serve. Some confusion on the court as to the score. That is a fault. Thought it was a weak lob for a second. We've not seen any smashes yet from Rafa Jimenez. And it turns out he doesn't need them. Once again, game point, set point for being seen. And there you have it, 6-3. That second service from Sikandar Hayat where he's unable to hold, comes back to haunt them. They certainly had their opportunities there, but KIJI, you can see the difference that it's making. Their pairing is a captain and a tier 2, tier 3 player on their side. Sikandar is not one to be defined by tiers. He is fantastic, but you're going up against one of the international faces, the only international face still in play. You're going up against another captain, one of the most aggressive left side players in the entire tournament. This second set is going to be difficult for KIJI to come back in. Set number 2. And we return with the multi-ortho Ramzan Cup 2026 here at PADELin Lahore. The finals are coming to a stalemate. KIJI are up 2-1 in the grand scheme of things, but this fourth matchup, they are down a set. Being seen were always the favorites coming into match number 4, but there were certainly chances for KIJI, and those chances might come once again, but not with Zed Mujahid playing this aggressively, this well. Love 30. Abid's third serve gives him a chance to smash things out. Poor lob from Jimenez as he prioritizes verticality over distance. Missing it just ever so slightly. Brilliant volley from Abid. Asked for the cover as well. Lob is good. Zed commits to a difficult smash. Zed's capable of hitting smashes from that point in the court, but the difference is that the two lobs before where he was able to get the perfect finishes were just a little bit lower as well. Sikandar, well, he's fallen prey to the exact same trap. Troubles in the service continue. An early break over here would put lead weights on this set for KIJI. And I don't know if they can swim to shore with that. High ball. Sikandar searches for the smash. Jimenez can't accelerate in time. Beautiful shot through from Sikandar. Lights will be back on in just a minute. Although I might have forgotten the score by then, I won't lie to you. It is deuce, I've been told. If you're not here at PADELin, you've got about 20 minutes to get here, I'll let you know. You could just miss out this last match. And look, if Being Seen are able to close out on their single set lead, Abid Mushtaq does not want to let that serve be broken, but with a backhand to the fences. Advantage is out. Being Seen once again, break point. Good lob from Zed. Abid catches his feet. Cuts them clean off. It is golden point. Zed will ask to receive. High ball. This is where Abid found his feet before. Rafa is going to find them through the middle. Sikandar can't get the backhand flick. There's confusion on whose ball it is. Abid saying it's his forehand. Sikandar saying it's his position. Merit to both. But merit doesn't matter. They have been broken in their first game in the second set. They are down 0-1. Being Seen could not be happier. Rafa. Fault on the first. Second will also betray. KIJI has hope. A double fault to start things off. Rafa. Another fault through. Hit the fences. KIJI has hopes for a reverse break early on. High ball out. Zed playing for control. Goes for the lob. Very well played. Zed asks for priority. And it is the face of Sikandar that is caught off. Apologies will be exchanged. Sikandar. I've been corrected. Sikandar managed to dodge a bullet. Zed sent the ball out of bounds. Lob out from Abid. Zed. Slow but harder. Doesn't have the height for a faster one, but he's still pressuring the net with the backhand. Moves in. Jumping Vibra. And Abid and Zed have both been trying to pressure the left-sided player very heavily in their attempts at coming to net. It's been constant jumping Vibras to the feet, but the difference is Zed has been receiving them. Sikandar has not displayed that caliber yet. Drop from Rafa. Looking for the Dormilona. Will not find it. Instead, it doesn't even cross over to the other side. Serve to the center could not be better. Backhand follow-up over there as well. Now the drop shot through, but Abid has survived the onslaught from the Spaniard. Lob back from Rafa. Abid will not let that lob survive either. And where there's one, there's another. Rafa always going for yet another lob. Abid closed in. Gentle bandejas is all that Rafa is committing to. Abid eventually will be able to send him off guard. Contra is good, and Sikandar can't adjust for the extra spin that a contra always comes with. High ball out from Sikandar. Advantage out as confusion on the court is there. Serve to the center. Zed finds a close. Guarantee is golden at the very least. Abid will likely be the player who asks to receive. Serve goes to his corner. Ball is high. Zed looks for the shot on to Sikandar. Sikandar puts too much power in the backhand, and they will survive. Multiple break points, multiple chances for the reverse break, but being seen still take it to 2-0. Rafa keeping things alive. Abid smash is good, ends it there and then. Doing what they can. KIJI. Their finest is still on the benches. Hosema has been saved for last, but they have been delivering a very brave performance. High ball through. Abid. Oh, what a shot from Abid. Rafa cannot cover that corner on the second bounce off the second wall. Love in favor of KIJI. An attack to the forehand from Sikandar. Will stick to looking for the forehand commitment, and it is working out for him. Sikandar is putting Rafa Jimenez into consistently bad positions off the back of his service. Before, it was mostly just the backhand. Now, he's doing it on both sides. And when you consider that Abid and Sikandar aren't playing the Australian style right now, they are switching sides at the beginning of every serve. Having the ability to target both hands becomes even more deadly because there's no drawback of going for either side. There isn't a long cross. There's always a short cross only. Now, though, Sikandar, backhand lob through on a uncomfortable shot, but he's rewarded for it. They will find their first game off the back of it. 1-2. KIJI is still down by a break. But that is going to be a vital victory if they want a chance at a comeback. Zed back on serve. Moves to defense, the net assists. Zed's had some very good bahadas from shoulder height. And you know what? What else he's had from shoulder heights? Impeccable volleys. Be it the mixed match or here in the second men's competition. He's got impeccable volleys. He's got impeccable bahadas. He's also got the smashes. Zaid Mujahid. He's a full package. Moves back over. Kick smash attempt through as well. It is shot diversity in display. We've seen a bahada into a volley, into a flat smash, into a kick smash from the serve, all in the span of 4 points. 3-1. Being seen, a statement victory. Abid looks to exploit Zed's defense. Zed will get a good lob out. That's not quite what you can say for Abid. Smash is perfect. Zed is introducing deadly force into this court. Back and in from Zed now. Follows up with the lob. Sikandar doesn't have room for a smash of his own. Zed asks for the ball once again. Give it to the man with the hottest hand. 6 in a row from Zed Mujahid. A highlight reel on display, point after point. And you would be suffocated here as well. Rafa allowing them to at least breathe with a mistake on the backhand. Back on receipts from Zed. Rafa pulls out the contrast. Sikandar wanting to have a couple of highlights off his own. Quick reminder that the ball goes both ways, 30 all. Zed is still chuckling away on the court. He knows he's having his day. Pressure player, no doubt about that. Ball too deep from Jimenez. 40-30, those early 2 points forgotten and forsaken by KIJI. Nice return from Zed on the first, but Abid follows up with a great backhand, and Being Seen will concede a second game. 3-2 still in their favor. They are still a breakup. And KIJI are hunting for that bite back. Jimenez on the serve. Drop shot is good. Abid can cover. Lob out from Zed. Sikandar replaces Abid. Jimenez still targeting at his feet and through the center. Zed will get the cross court out. Jimenez makes it look like he's in a walk in the park. But that backhand from Sikandar doesn't quite give them the point. It's Abid's return which will. Zed a rare miss on the Vibra. Great defenses from KIJI. Love 15. Being Seen on their second serve. Zed asks for the ball once again. Commits into a Vibra instead, this time over. Jimenez playing the volley battle, winning it out, but goes too far. goes for the overextension. Love 30. And you're playing with fire. Shot down to the feet. Good receipts from Abid. Jimenez can't keep the ball in bounds, but at least tries to block it. Abid, apologies given out for what is still a fantastic shot. Love 40 now. 3 break points for KIJI. To get that reverse break they so desperately need and turn this into a 3-3 scoreline. It won't be easy. That much, I think we all know. 15-40. Jimenez moves back in for the serve. Vibra down to the second panel in the center, and his second shot will miss through. Jimenez not happy about that at all. 3-3. KIJI find that break back and equalize. This is supposed to be being seen looking convincing. This is their captain and their tier 1 player going up against a captain and a tier 3 combination coming up from KIJI. And Zaid Mujahid has done his best to shore that aggression, but Jimenez starts off with a good lob. Sikandar Hayat just needs to make sure that this game will not escape him. Nice volley. Not just once, but twice. Zaid doesn't find the lob he was looking for. Instead finds the ball to the chest. 15 all. Serve to backhand once again. Abid sent back to the defensive position. Has got a good lob of his own, but there is still a Bahada available for Jimenez. Abid now, again, a lob, fakes out a Bahada from Jimenez. Abid tries to pin the gallery, will not be able to do so. 15-30, Sikandar telling Abid that it's all right. He can stick to the lob. He can stick to a defensive game. It's going to be fine. They've gotten the break back. That's what they need. Sikandar giving affirmations. Nice backhand down. Abid winds in for the smash. That's going to be in reach potentially, but too fast for Zaid to get next to the ball and jump up for the shot he would have had to hit. Ball too deep from Jimenez. 40-30. Game point. Sikandar would have successfully held should he get this point. Zaid Mujahid speeds things up. He opens the gallery. He does well. He really does. But committing in for a full sprint forward, hard volley to the gallery, that's a tight angle. 4-3, KIJI will take the lead for the first time in this set. Zaid Mujahid back on serve. First one is as good as can be. This is his last set that he will be playing in the grand final. Zaid Mujahid will have played 2 matches in the 5 of the finals. So if Been Seen moves forward, they will be missing their most explosive player on the field. That is only if they move forward. KIJI is still providing serious fight, serious contention. Sikandar Hayat will move back over for the contra that he thought he could find. But one thing Jimenez has constantly been able to keep control over is the amount of power he exerts. Jimenez has made some mistakes. He's missed some shots. So has Zed. That's one of them. But they've both had their own points of control that they have been completely unaffected in. Nice shot off the side glass. Zed moves in for an attempted lob. Jimenez is out of the court, but the ball is too far gone. Sikandar commended for the setup, and Abid celebrated for the close. Beautiful lob. Mid-height. Net will even help Sikandar getting an even better shot through. His backhands keep on delivering. Abid now lobbed back to defensive positions, looking for a shot onto Zed. Zed's never missed those. Not once, but now where he's not under pressure, where he thinks he has an intercept, he fully extends out his elbow, doesn't take that extra step, and that ball goes deep. It goes astray. And it will be deuce for Been Seen. High ball, Rafa, wind in. Impossible to play that smash. Sikandar shrugs. He knows there's very little he could have done there. Just about fighting for the second deuce. Good lob from Sikandar this time over. Rafa sends it high, and it is too high. Golden point, if I'm not mistaken. And it will be received by Abid Mushtaq. A win over here gives them the set. They won't have won the set, but it's theirs to lose if you can just take this 1 point. Sky high lob, block on the smash. Jimenez targets the corner, and it is down on the ground. The fences will not assist KIJI, and they barely eke through 4-4. They avoid the break. Abid back on serve. Was the first to get broken in the first game of the second set. Great pickup from Zaid Mujahid. Sikandar explodes. Zaid will have a chance to bring it back in. Abid closes it with a drop shot. Jimenez tried to cover a corner that was never going to be accessed. Beautiful stuff. And now Abid gets a slow serve out over. Zaid is once again pushing the net. But Jimenez has now been missing lobs. And for a player whose entire game is characterized by defense, you can't miss lobs. That is your only primary offensive weapon. This time a little bit better. But Abid goes for a rulo. Makes things more difficult. Sikandar, extra spin on that previous shot as well as this one. And the previous might have been close to going out as well. This one definitely was. 30-15, 15-30 in favor of Been Seen. Lies have been told, and I have just told another one. It is 42-15 in favor of KIJI. Mushtaq back on serve, and he's got the game through. That is going to be 5-4 now. KIJI take the lead, but they will still need another break should they want to take the set. This looks like it's slated for an early tiebreaker to even decide whether the super tiebreaker will come into play. Jimenez on serve, down 4-5. His last serve was broken. Oh no! Even the court conspiring against the Spanish hands. Serve down center. Zed will do the same with the Bahada. Abid thought he had that one. Tries to put a bit of extra force into it, and with that, he will not be quite so fortunate as to clip over the net twice in a row. Backhand from Jimenez is very good. Sikandar can't defend against it. Frustrations beginning to show. Being calmed down by his captain. Another serve down center. Options for a Bahada. Slows it down. Goes for a backhand as well. That's now two that Abid has been able to anticipate, been in reach of, and just not hit. 42-15. Abid. Oh, what a crossover from Zed, but Sikandar somehow keeps it alive. Abid does the same. This volley battle. How is he coming out on top of it? Sikandar even gets a lob in. He gets a second shot through on a half volley with a commitment from Jimenez that is now going to be punished. Sikandar has taken full control of this point. Zed brings it back in. And it's a net touch in the end that will put it to a close. Being seen of the back of acrobatics and heroics will bring it to 5 aside. Sikandar Hayat will be asked to hold his serve as KIJI hope to end it in 7. Been seen look to do the same. Great control out from Abid. Sikandar tries to commit into a parallel flat smash while being pushed back. Love 15. Being seen in the lead. Some of these returns from Zed Mujahid have been impeccable. Slow shot through from Jimenez. Switches out to a contra at the last minute. Wanted the extra spin. But ball is just barely outside. 15 all. Jimenez receives the second on his backhand. Lobs back into the empty corner. Sikandar happy to switch into his preferred position. Jimenez will once again pin him into the corner. Ball spins in the wall. And Jimenez is once again feeling very much in control of the situation. 15-30. Zed. That's something you shouldn't do at home, kids. We don't have the disclaimer to put on screen, so we have to say it out loud. Jimenez maybe getting a little bit tired towards the later hours of the evening. Second serve is a fault. I believe the first might have been a reset. (30-40), been seen, still in the lead. Zed has been giving such deadly returns on the serve, but right now Sikandar covers it off for the deuce. Zed thought his acceleration would be enough, but Sikandar has shown us a stalwart defense again and again at the net. KIJI fight on. But a fault on the first will keep them on the back foot. Attempt on the lob. Zed doesn't quite get the ball where he wants it, but Abid doesn't feel comfortable for the shot finisher. Relies on the volley instead. Zed has continually been pushing towards the net throughout the entire set, throughout the entire match even. If Abid can start to make that less of a weapon, that's going to be critical in a tiebreaker as well. Abid, though, he's got weapons of his own. Sky-high ball. If there's ever one to end it, Sikandar, this would be it, and he delivers. 6-5. KIJI hold on for dear life in their quest for 7. Being seen might be up a set, but it doesn't feel like momentum is in their favor. The one thing they have going for them is Zaid Mujahid has not been a victim of inconsistency right now. He has been terrifying on the field. And now they go into his service. Abid's backhand under attack. Same for Sikandar. How does he keep that alive? No one will ever know. And now with a volley that he tries to cross over to drop shot territory, but cannot cross over to enemy territory. 15 love up for being seen. High ball through. Zed's got himself more targets, and Sikandar just barely out. He'd made that constant step over to the right side. He saw the empty window, but falls over before getting to it. 30 love. Jimenez. More attack towards Abid just to make sure he can get a better lob out. But Abid, that's a rare miss. Abid's been looking for more ways to punish Zed's aggression towards the net. He has not been able to do so very often at all. And now when he looks to parry into the gallery, that's where he ends up erring. 40 love, looking for game, might just have found it. And it is going to be the tiebreaker. Being seen were up 1-0 initially, and that one game was that first break off the set. Ever since then, they've not been able to get another one, but they survived through to tiebreaker. Should Being Seen lose in this tiebreaker, we will then go to a super tiebreaker for the third. KIJI is down a set. That is their fate. Crossover. This time Abid can get the commitment to the gallery, but the second shot is weaker. Zed gets control once again, but Abid cuts him off on the backhand. 1 love up for KIJI. Serve through from Jimenez. Fault on the first. Sikandar has done such a good job of holding on. He's not looked out of place in this match at all. Abid hoping that Sikandar can maybe find new levels. Sikandar looking for the same, but right now that greed, that heavy commitment into the jumping Vibra will not assist. 1-1. High lob out. Point will be reset. Ball comes in from outside of the court. From the third place decider match. They will replay from first serve. Good lob out from Sikandar. Zed forced in for a Vibra. He sees Sikandar off balance and thinks that he can pressure even more, but collapses under his own expectations. 2-1 lead for KIJI. Nice pick from Zed. Zed's been very good at returning Sikandar's services. It feels like there's never a chance for a good volley. The only option you're going to have is a drop shot, and Jimenez is already in position to receive that. So your chances are very limited in terms of limiting Zed's progression. Jimenez, however, has maybe struggled a little bit more in regulation. In overtime, he's looking comfy. 3-2 in favor of being seen, as they will find too many breaks in a row on Sikandar Hayat's service. High ball through, Zed's committed, Sikandar's out and about. He's been stopped and blocked on his route to the ball. Might have been able to get the sprint, but would have been got to the close regardless. 4-2 in favor of being seen. In this race to 7, should Jimenez pick up another point, they will be only 2 away from the finish line. High lob out. Zed this time does not commit to a kick smash, goes for the more traditional route. You see there being no flick in his wrist whatsoever, does not hunt for any spin on the ball. And that will give them point number 5. Abid returns to serving position, down 2-5. KIJI have done so well to get to this point, but it does feel like they are running out of air before the checkered flag has been swung. Do they have one last burst of energy? No, they do not. 6-2 in favor of being seen. This would give them a guaranteed match number 5 should they win over here. Abid serves to the backhand off Jimenez. Confusion on the court. Sikandar looks to exploit it. Zed does well to even touch the ball. But they are now still down 3-6 on the KIJI side. Zed on serve. Only needs 1 point to go his way, and this might be it. That's going to be the end. Match number 5 now guaranteed. KIJI do well to stay in it as long as they do, but Sikandar Hayat will be saying adieu to his appearances in the grand final, as will Zed Mujahid, the captain, no longer allowed to appear in another series. It will be on the shoulders of Jimenez and his partner moving into match number 5, where perhaps the biggest raid boss in Pakistani paddle awaits. Hosema will take the stage for KIJI's 5th match. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Multi-Ortho 2026 Ramzan Cup. We move over to our fifth and final match of the grand finals. It will be Hosema Abdurrahman and Hamad Zafar facing up versus Rafa Jimenez and Faisal Anwar. Team KIJI versus Team Bean Scene, looking to seal their crown in PADELin's first ever team competition, Pakistan's first ever team competition at this scale. Hamad Zafar will be playing on the left in the KIJI jersey in the grey. If you do not know who Hosema Abdurrahman is, well, I'm surprised for one, but he will be playing on the left. The Hamad's playing on the right, Hosema on the left, Hosema on the serve right now. Faisal Anwar will be on Bean Scene, playing on the right-hand side with Rafa Jimenez on the left-hand side. Rafa has changed up from the earlier match. He will now be playing the attacking position. It is not what he is known for, but let's see whether he can still pull it off. Hamad Zafar will likely be the primary target, but Hosema will not allow the ball to get away from him. Instant attack to the feet. Apologies are exchanged, but the points are only going one direction. 30 love for Team KIJI. And this is, on paper, two hyper-defensive players for Bean Scene going up against one of the most aggressive members you are going to have. Brilliant service, brilliant smash. That is now 3 in a row where Hosema has been able to find the commitment and the close. That will be replayed, however, as the ball did come out from the other side. But you know what? That replay looks a lot like instant replay. Serve, smash, replay, serve, smash. Volley out, down center. Lob is good. Smash is not there. Tries to go for the rulo instead. And now Hosema, in his attempt to change directions, will give up the first point that Bean Scene will put on board. 42-15. Serve is picked up by Faisal. This time over. Faisal is a veteran of racket sports in his mid-40s, but I've been told on good authority he's got a wonderful defense and a very good volley. Lob's looking good as well right now. Hosema forced into a bahada. Tries to lob back with a backhand. Faisal keeps control over the net. Switches control back to Hamad Zafar. Hamad is happy to step up into the field. Shine a spotlight on him. He'll do his little dance. KIJI up 1-0 to start off this fifth match. Faisal Anwar now on the serve. Hamad Zafar to receive, fault on the first. High lob out from Hamad. What a shot from Faisal. Hamad will be able to move back in position, but Hosema is the one covering the entire court right now, it feels like, at the back of the court. He even picks up the strong bahada from Rafa Jimenez, gets given a freebie, and he's always going to deliver. Jump as high as you want. You're not reaching that ball unless you grow wings. Faisal losing out on the first serve. But it's great shots out from both Faisal and Rafa. Very good pressure and control. And look, Hosema's known for his court coverage ability, but at some point, he will start to lose that footwork. If you can keep this pressure going up on him. Jimenez winds in for a smash of his own. Hosema Court coverage is there for now, that's for sure. Every attempt to close is met with the brick wall that is somehow punching you in the face. Lob out from Hamad. Miss hit on what should have been a guarantee. Jimenez under pressure, love 40 down, 3 break points for being seen. They have to escape from. Good volley mid-court. Faisal regains control, but Ozema, every shot is a present that he's getting ready to unwrap. 2-0 up KIJI are reminding us why they've saved the best for last. Hamad now on serve. Faisal, good pick. It's all about keeping the ball nice and low. And in those volleys, they find success. Breaking through on Hamad's wing. Oh, volley misser now over here as well. Love 30, a chance perhaps to start sneaking into break territory. Lob up high. It's not going to be a full commitment. Hamad sends it flying back over as well. Jimenez knows that it's all about making sure there won't be an option to smash. Hamad playing defensive as well. Ozema is taking over the game. I don't understand how he does it. And if you tell me you do, then you're lying to me. But he is everywhere, every time, and takes every opportunity. There is a bit of despair in the stomachs of being seen. Lob backwards. Hamad will recover it. Rulo attempted from Jimenez, well placed. Ozema can't get the interrupt, and he knows he wouldn't have been able to run back had it hit the fence. 30-40. Volley from Hamad is all maintenance. Backhand down through and under as well. Ozema moves back, and it's a lob too deep. Jimenez is having to force out lobs that he normally would feel a lot more comfortable in. He's playing on his left side, having to go for more backhand lobs than he would like to. And he knows that if the ball is anywhere close to that service line, it's a smashback. There's no question about it. Lob from Jimenez, too deep once again. Volley from Ozema. And they are advantage up. KIJI hoping to extend their lead to 3. High ball through. Ozema leads in. Hammer! Hand! Ozema! Once again! Putting nails in a coffin whose wood is splintering. KIJI up 3-0. Jimenez on the serve. 0-3 down. Being seen cannot afford another break lost. Contra. Vessel. Nice shot through. Great spin on it as well. Will be able to send it out of bounds. Jimenez follows up with another good serve. Vessel can't find the power needed to end the point. Now switches over to Hamad, hoping to force out an error. Hamad is doing a very good job of just staying stable, staying secure, using his wide wingspan for court coverage. And in the end, Jimenez sneaks out a point from KIJI's left wing. 30 love. Hamad's receive. Vessel. Awkward shot through on the overhead and moves back into a lob that is smashed back immediately. That ball would have been well in bounds, and one of the great things about watching Hosema play is that he's not just going to commit to the kick smash that it feels like every top smasher is. He's also going for these flats that will catch you off in a difficult corner if you're a right-sided player, even if it's not going to escape bounds of the cage. Good contra backwards. He gets it on the cross as well. Hamad now covers off the center. How do you fight back? How do you write an answer for a question that simply cannot be understood? Hosema now leans back in, allows Hamad for the smash. Ball kept alive by Jimenez, but it is inevitably going to be buried down. (30-40). Break point. Strong return. Hamad sends it into the air. Faisal cannot exploit that. 4 love. Hosema is no stranger to taking down big international entrants in Pakistan. It was in Karachi in October that he first took a set off of Daniel Hoyo at the Legends Grand Slam. It was just a few weeks ago again in Karachi where he defeated Paul Alsina. And now he hopes to add another head to his ever-growing wall. Jimenez in his crosshairs. Carrasco already down and out. Hamad, calm, collected, smash through. That's not made the contact they're looking for. Hosema will not be deterred. Every mistake punished. Every opportunity utilized. Transcendent on the court right now. To think that he was left the 6th pick in the draft. 5-0. 5-0. How does Being Seen come back from this? Love to 5. Been seen have worked their magic getting so far, but the one upset in the middle of the grand finals, the women's match going the way of KIJI, has opened the jaws of death. Faisal Anwar hoping to get out in time. Good shot to the right side. Hosema still covers the court. Hamad will get another contra. Great lean back in, but Hosema will not allow it. It will not be permitted. You shall not pass. Pakistan's very own Gandalf is in the court right now. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. He's only been playing for 7 months. $15 all. High lob through. Out is called. Perhaps some contest about that. But I believe it is observed at the end. Should be 15 to 30. No, it's going to be a point replayed. 15 all. Hamad. Once again, just looking for that lob. Wind in from Jimenez. Dangerously close, but Hamad avoids any significant damage, fortunately. 30 to 15. $40 found. Perhaps they can find their first game and their first step up this impossible mountain here and now. Wind back in. Great Bahada still has his cross attacked. Faisal will find another lob of his own as well. And with that, that is the first game going the way of being seen. They will find game number 1 against the 5 of KIJI. Hosema once again looking out for that. Rulo covers back over to the net very quickly. Winds in for the smash. It's been blocked by Faisal. Maybe a chance over here to actually fight back. Hamad got on the backhand. Will have to lob. Commitment through. Smash is just not going to make it over. But with the backhand from Hosema, he can't tap it out. Doesn't need to. Does not need to. 15 love up. KIJI. Still 1 game away from that first set finish. Faisal got off at the limbs as he tries to go for the volley to cut off Hosema. Jimenez also just trying to sneak out a point. $30 love. Faisal will be receiving once again. Down to the center once again. Faisal with a wide backhand. It is set point for Team KIJI. Hamad Zafar's service continues. He's been a very good assistance to the primary focus point right now for Hosema. Fake smash through, attempted in. Very well done. Jimenez catches them off. gives Bean Seen the first point of the 7th game. Unfortunately, that first point is followed up with an immediate loss as well. 6-1, utter domination from Team KIJI. If there was any question about who controlled that court, well, you've not been watching the same match as any of us over here at PADELin. The question is, though, the real question, can they fight back? Set number 2, we're going to have to find out. Back into match number 2. A short break after a short set. Jimenez back on serve. Zafar to receive. Faisal trying to cut off the gallery. It is Hosema who will chop through on the right. Jimenez frustrated. There's no doubt about it. He wishes he had maybe a more aggressive player, but we've seen too many mistakes from Jimenez at this point. He's been given too many chances. That should be wins any day of the week, at least on the point. That was one of them. Fortunately, he is able to respond back on the serve. Hamad, again, I know the conversation has been dominated by Hosema. It's hard not to, but Hamad has been a very tight piece right next to him as well. Very few errors being made. Has been perfectly fine being attacked. Came into this set knowing he was going to be a focal point, knowing that he was going to be potentially the weak link, but he's not looked like it at all. And right now displays us that very same fact. Great volley through. Hosema winds in. Apologies out to Faisal as his feet were made contact with. I believe that ball might have been going out, but can't be sure about it. Hamad once again receiving. Great service from Jimenez. 40-30. Game point in game number 1. Nice lob out from Hosema now. Faisal. Faisal has an awkward swing on his overhead. Oh, that's a deuce, sorry. It was 30-40 now. Faisal has an awkward swing on his overhead that actually makes it harder to receive from the net. So Hamad struggles over there. Just ever so slightly. Volley back in from Hosema. That ball's gone perfectly into the corner. No opportunities to smash over here. And that's going to be the limiting factor that they have to try and commit to if they want to win this game. Hamad, though, being allowed a couple of overheads off his own. Great commitment down. Hamad will take that close and will take the advantage into this first deuce. High ball through. Jimenez asks for the opportunity for a Bahada. Hosema brings it back in. Hamad, very impressive in his volley battle so far over. And with the lob too deep, Hamad will be able to close. First game is a break. Jimenez on the sidelines, wondering how exactly he will be fighting back. Hosema will begin the second set with his own service. Last time over, it was a serve into smash combination. This time, there will not be any lobs attempted, but his volleys are equally deadly. Forces out the lob on his own, will design the point for himself. And of course he collects. Jimenez is feeling lonely on the court. Anwar now made the point of focus. Hosema slows it down, not sure if he can reach that for the smash that he wanted. And in that change of pace, loses out on the point. 15 all. Faisal Anwar is doing well now. Great adjustments from what was there before. High ball through. Hosema will punish it. Faisal's done well to adjust to the services of Hosema, but you still have to survive both Hamad and Hosema's volleys. And I'll give, again, I'm trying to give enough credit to Hamad because he's been giving some very well-placed volleys. That's been forcing out these higher balls again and again. Good lob from Jimenez this time over. Hamad slows down the game. Faisal will come through with a commitment, and a rulo that just cannot be touched. Jimenez realizes that as well. Hosema once again focusing down on the Faisal. Hopes to close. Oh, just barely out. 2-love to start off the second set. Faisal Anwar will have to serve Jimenez as well, telling him to have a good time over here. Enjoy the grand finals while they're here. Listen, it might be a bit of a beating right now, but maybe with a few smiles, maybe with a few jokes, there's still room to fix things around. And that's a strong start to the service. Good cross-court volley from Jimenez will give them 15. Oh, beautiful. Faisal's been hunting for that shot for a while now. Hosema, words of encouragement out to his opponents as well. He knows when he's been outplayed. Always good about his sportsman spirit. Will have to be a little bit more careful in his ascent to the net now. Faisal might be able to still make a game of this. How does he get it every single time? But the contra back will keep it alive. This time over. Hamad overrides Hosema. And now with that, he has to go lean in for a lower volley. Hamad does the same to just try and slow things down. Will now keep it alive with a diagonal shot through. Switches out focus. Hosema now leans in. Not for a smash, but trying to catch the gallery of Faisal. That ends up with an extended rally with the same destination that every other one seems to have. There hasn't been a single shot. There hasn't been a single smash from Jimenez. Not one in this entire match. And Hosema has not made contact with, and not just contact, almost killed. That is the first smash where the rally actually continues off the back of a good contra from Faisal. $30 all. Faisal targets Hamad's backhand, gives them game point. Good interception now from Hamad. Forces the ball up high. Jimenez, awkward volley, but so well placed. Lob back from Hamad. Jimenez Tries to go in for a Vibra commitment, but a big error made, and that's going to be deuce. If there's one thing Jimenez cannot afford to do, it is make errors. And he's had plenty of them. When you're playing up against what is clearly a superior individual player, you cannot make those mistakes. You cannot give them more breathing room than you already have. Fault on the first. Advantage out. Ball down the line. Josema finds Hamad to be the focus, covers off the middle, takes the focus back onto himself. 3-0 in this second set. KIJI look untouchable. Hamad Zafar on the serve for KIJI. Faisal opens up the floor to volleys on volleys. Good return from him to the gallery, but Hamad overextends. Josema is currently in his quest to be a 3-time champion at PADELin. He would be the only player to have done so. And every time it will have been with different partners. And every time more impressive than the last. Every time more dominant than the last. His first championship win, Rafe Tarar. His second championship win, his blood and brother, Huzaifa Abdurrahman. And right now, should he make it through to the finish line, it would be with Hamad Zafar. It would be with Team KIJI. Smash through from Josema. It is inevitable. Nice shot out from Jimenez. Serving back now from 0-4 is Jimenez. Josema makes it over, touches the net. That'll be the end of the point. How does he do it? 15 love. Fighting for pride right now is Team being seen. They have done so well to get into the grand finals. Josema right now, though, does not feel like he can be stopped still. 30 love. Jimenez just wants to take things one game at a time. Lob out from Josema. Great shot from Faisal. Josema slips it out, even then still adjusts back in. There's a contra coming over, so Josema has another chance to smash. Lobs overhead. Faisal tries to move back in. Good positioning from Faisal. Hamad now with the Vibra thinks he's got a window, and he does. With that, Josema can target the fences once again, asking for the ball. Hamad will apologize. But that's fantastic defense from Faisal Anwar at the back. Great defense on not just the smash, but even crossing over into Jimenez's side so that the corner can stay protected. High ball through from Hamad Zafar. Received quickly from Josema. Hamad. Rather, Jimenez. Trying to accelerate for the net. All a matter of maintenance, and Hamad gives a rising ball out and over. Good chance for Jimenez to end. They will get their first game. 1-4 for being seen. And that last game was a lot more of what they'll need. Jimenez being quick to try and fight for volleys, not try and end the point as smashes. Still look for that quick acceleration down the middle. Still exploit Hamad. Still give Hamad shots where maybe he's got a more comfortable overhead and pick your poison between the two. If you can keep doing that, maybe there's still a pathway to success. Josema back on serve. First one is perfect. High ball out from Faisal. Hamad has been given a lot more overheads. Jimenez trying to target him in with the Vibra as well. Josema looks for the interrupt, realizes he can't get it, but he's already covered off some of Hamad's vision, so it's a much harder shot for Zafar because of it. 15 all. Great lob from Faisal. Even better back from Hamad. Hits the grill, so no chance over here for... No chance for a Pahada. Josema commits in to a strong flat Vibra down the gallery. And Faisal can't receive. 32-15 for Team KIJI. High ball through. Josema closes it. Jimenez runs out of the court. It's still 2 games too early for that. Jimenez chuckling away. He knew his fate the second he saw that ball leave his racket. Backhand shot through. Josema again and again. 5-1. And Team KIJI are now 1 game away from being champions at the multi-ortho Ramadan Cup 2026. The first ever team-based event that Pakistan has had. And Team KIJI are well primed in position. Faisal, lots of focus out on him. A one-on-one between him and Hamad. Hamad ends up taking it. $15 all. Faisal. Once again serving through. Great receipts from Jimenez. Faisal winds back in. Jimenez forced into the contra. Huzaima, his first miss of this entire match. 30-15. Been seen chuckling away. Jimenez. Ball up high. Great backhand now from Hamad, and Huzaima is once again there on the close. 30-all. Huzaima is, as a reminder to everyone back at home, already qualified in the PADELin Qatar's June tournament as a result of the earlier January event here at PADELin Lahore. 40-30 off the back of a quick error. Jimenez asked to receive the lob. Faisal will take it instead. An attempt on the Rulo will give away game number 2. It is 6-2. That is the best they can do, but can they get there for Team KIJI, or is this going to be the smallest chance for being seen to come back? Hamad Zafar on serve. Huzaima, backhand volley to receive. Hamad will not be able to deliver his own. Love 15 down. Still 5-2 up. Beautiful shot from Jimenez. Ball just barely out. Makes contact with the glass. Faisal Anwar will have called that out as well. Or rather, it is a fault on the first. And with that, honestly, they are rewarded with yet another point. Love 30, Hamad Zafar and Huzaima. Should they be broken over here, it will still be a one-break lead that they have. But they would like to avoid it. Huzaima asks for the ball, lobs back out high. Vibra out through, well intercepted by Hamad. A shot off the side glass, and Huzaima moves back in, smashes prepared, crosses all over. Breaks in to the 8th game with a quick overhead obliteration. Quick underarm through. Game stolen away. First break of the series that Being Seen has been able to find. 5-3. And Jimenez comes to serve. Now it is a 1 break lead. Contra through. Hamad crosses over to the corner. Side last lob is picture perfect. Jimenez is coming into his own right now, and Hosema finds his shot stolen away from him. Will make up for it later on. Faisal Anwar cut off underneath. Love 15. Beautiful lob in the middle over there from Jimenez, I have to say. Shot through, Jimenez moves back for the recovery. Hosema this time will not have any questions about who is taking his shot. Hamad Zafar ducks down immediately. Love to 30. Jimenez felt like he could find solace and comfort on his serve. That is simply not true. Hamad now. High lob out. Jimenez sticks to the Vibras. Faisal Anwar with much of the same. Nice shot to the cross. Hamad moves in for the interrupt. Hosema's got a volley of his own. Beautiful lob from Faisal. Reaches the absolute back of the court. Faisal now moves in. No smashes being committed to. Being Seen will just give up the point. Love 40 down. Tournament point on the line. 3 in a row. And for Hosema and Hamad Zafar for Team KIJI, they are ever so close to bringing things to a standstill. Lob through, Hosema aggresses, Hamad's there as well. Jimenez will find Faisal Anwar cut off. Tournament taken away by Team KIJI. Bring your Alcina, bring your Carrasco, bring your Jimenez. Hosema Abdur Rahman will face them all. Team KIJI are your multi-Ortho Ramadan Cup 2026 champions. Where? Cup from Multi-Ortho here at PADELin is coming to a close. It's been the first of its kind. We had a fantastic draft event. It's the first ever team event. Our sponsors, the organizer, the courts, everything has been as good as it could have been. First of all, I would like to talk a little bit about the draft event and about what a good time it was. I know that Suleiman arranged that at a very, very short notice. It gave so much work to him. I think 3-day turnaround or something ridiculous like that to get everyone on board, to get an entire production crew set up, everything about it. And what a draft event it was. The idea that Hosema was picked 6th is going to be something a lot of people will come back to question for themselves. Suleiman's been asking himself that question all across. But also, we'd love to give a huge shout out and a lot of thank you and a lot of love to the international players coming to Pakistan. We know it's a difficult decision to make sometimes, but thank you for coming in here. Thank you for adding to the legacy of Padel that is now being built here at PADELin. And that legacy that's being built over here is fantastic. My first ever big tournament was in PADELin at the 16th of February 2025. This is my first time commentating in Lahore as well. It is such a special environment. There is no community like this one. There are no courts like these. There is no feeling like this. I can tell you, everyone who I've brought in to the courts who's just visiting me in Lahore, they don't leave this facility without thinking, wow, I want to be a part of Padel in general. I want to be a part of Padel in Pakistan, and that's what they've managed to deliver. Suleiman, please stop hiding in the corner while I'm saying good things about your courts. Please, another big thank you to Suleiman, another big thank you to the PADELin company and everything that they have done to legitimize padel in Pakistan. And of course, PADELin has given us the infrastructure, but this is not a cheap event to pull off. This is not an easy event to pull off. Without the sponsors being involved, none of this would have been possible. So a quick thank you to every single sponsor that has come on board. Lake City, Sutra Punjab, KIJI, 1 Degree, Sync Sports, Been Seen, and last but of course not the least, our title sponsors over with Multi Ortho, who have done so much to make sure that this event is possible. Yahan clapping hoti hai. Multi Ortho also made sure that I could get physio done over in that corner 3 times across this event. So thank you very much to Multi Ortho from me in particular. And for the PADELin team, a huge thank you to them as well. The staff has been doing so much work behind the scenes. They've not been going to sleep after SETI. They've just been staying back to make sure that the next days will be even better. Suleiman has been sending me voice notes at 7 in the morning. And more importantly, he's been sending voice notes that are much angrier to the rest of his team at 7 in the morning. Raneem mud gaye hain kyunki he is embarrassed about the fact that he might have broken down once or twice to Suleiman. But hey, it's all been worth it to come up to this event and make this possible. So thank you all to the PADELin community and the staff who've made this possible from the behind the scenes. A short thank you as well to the people who've been helping me keep score, make sure the stream's been running fine and everything. He's standing in this corner over here. I do want to give a very special shout out to Yasser as well for that. And to Suleiman, thank you for making sure that this experience could actually happen. I know that a lot of this is not just the PADELin brand. I know that a lot of this comes with expectation, and I know there's an expectation of excellence, but we can't not appreciate you for actually meeting it as you have again and again and again. So Suleiman, once again, a big shout out to him as well. And akhirkar, to every single player who's made me ridiculously jealous, who we've all been watching on the sidelines, wishing that we could smash like you, we could volley like you, we could maybe even smile like you in some cases. I see you over there, Hamad Zafar. I see you smiling in that corner. But thank you to the players who've made this all possible. Without you guys, we would have nothing. Without the players, Padel would be nothing but something we watch on a screen on television back at home. And speaking of the players, it is now time for the prizes. I'd like to request Mr. Zakaria from Multi Ortho, please come and assist in the prize giving ceremony as well. Mr. Zakaria, are you here? Mr. Zakaria? Out from the corner. We will start things off with the rice category. The ones who might not have been featured on stream, but everyone who was listening to the stream hears you yelling out into the distance every time one of your friends is hitting a crazy shot, or every time one of your friends might be missing an easy one as well. For bronze, in 3rd place, it is Team Padel Syndicate, the captain of which, Jibran Ali, Shan Moeen, Avais Khan, Abdurrahman, Zain Hussain, Babartur, and Noshirwan Dar. Please come to center court. For the runners-up in the Rise category, Team Master Paints, it is Umar Dar, the captain, Anik Dar right there next to him, Umar, Arshad, Danish Sheikh, Mohammed Ahmed Awan, Ali Dar, and Fahad Aslam. Easily the nicest jersey as well, I will say, in the Rise category. And the winners of the Rise category would be Team Underdogs, Ahmed Amir as the captain, Menam Ghalib, Ifam Rana, Shirhan Salim, Abdullah Bhatt, Mohammed Said, and Asad Farooqi. Asad Farooq. सुलेमान की राइटिंग बहुत बुरी है. सुलेमान बेचारे trying very hard to hold on to a trophy. उनको तो मिली नहीं थी. Congratulations to Team Underdogs once again for being the champions of the Rice category. They will surely be featured in Stars very soon. As for the Stars category, bronze, third place will be won out by our title sponsors in multi-ortho. Farhan Mustafa, the captain, Hashish Kumar and Parbat Kumar right there with him. Hassan Malik, Raza Sajjad, Asfa Shehbaz and Namra Nadeem. Farhan Mustafa Bichara maintains the record that every time I have commentated him, he has lost. He has told me this 3 times now already. I'm sorry, Farhan. Second place, the runners-up are Team Bean Scene with Captain Zaid Mujahid, Rafael Jimenez as their Tier 1 player, Faisal Anwar right next to them, Umar Zafar, Mustafa Beg, Natalia Zaman and Mariam Baniasadi. And finally, the champions of the star category, the winners are Team KIJI, Abid Mushtaq, the team captain, Hosema Abdurrahman, Tier 1, Sikandar Hayat, Rayan Yunus, Hamad Zafar, Selina Khan, and Fatma Razak. The grand final is going to the full 5 matches. Capped off by an explosive finish, Team KIJI proved to be the best in the country. Team KIJI proved to be the best in competition. What a way for them to get there as well. Relying on an underdog matchup that they, on paper, should never have won. The women's matchup going their way. Team KIJI only getting the right to feature Hosema in that 5th set off the back of a fantastic performance from the rest of the team, Fatma Razak and Selina Khan in particular. And then what a way to cap it all out. the end of the Multi-Ortho Ramzan Cup 2026 comes through. Team KIJI able to steal that championship away. And Suleiman would have some quick closing words over here as well. But right after we get a full photo, everyone, all the teams, all the players, everyone who isn't holding a camera, please go stand right there with Team KIJI. Please show that you have been a part of history over here in Pakistani Padel. I've been told it is podium finishes. I apologize to the players on the sidelines. You will also be called in very soon. And now from the Multi-Ortho Ramzan Cup 2026, thank you to everyone who has participated, traveled, watched, spectated, and been a part of this journey here at PADELin. We will be saying goodbye, but this cup will surely return soon later on. Suleiman, all the pressure's on you to replicate this. Please do. We need more of this. And for now, Padel says goodnight to Pakistan, but it will be coming back alive very, very shortly.